Doctor, hello. What can I do for you? Patient, good morning doctor. I don't feel good. Doctor, come and sit here. Doctor, open your mouth. Doctor, since how long are you not feeling well? Patient, since yesterday. Doctor, no problem. Did you have motions yesterday? Patient, no doctor. Not so freely. Patient, doctor, I feel weak and do not feel like eating. Doctor, okay. And what else? Patient, I feel like vomiting. Doctor, do you drink a lot of water? Patient, no doctor, I don't have water too much. Doctor, did you took any medicine? Patient, yes doctor, I took a crossin. Doctor, who asked you to take it? Patient, no one doctor. I took it myself. Doctor, why did you take it? Patient, because I felt a headache. Doctor, nothing to be worried at. Doctor, do you need quick relief? Patient, no doctor. It is enough you give me medicines for now. Patient, good morning doctor. Doctor, good morning. You seem pale, and your voice sounds different. Patient, yes doctor. I'm having a temperature, and even a sore throat. Doctor, let me check. Doctor, you have a moderate fever. Let me check your temperature. Patient, this thermometer is different from the last one you used. Doctor, yes, this is introduced newly by medical supplies companies. It's much more comfortable, and doesn't need cleaning after every use. Patient, that's really great. Doctor, yes it is. Doctor, temperature is not too high, around 99.8. Let me check your blood pressure as well. Doctor, your blood pressure is fine. Doctor, it seems a bit scruffy. Not good. Patient, yes, it has been quite bad. Doctor, do you sweat and shiver? Patient, not sweating, but I feel slightly cold when I sit under a fan. Doctor, okay. You have few signs of malaria. I would recommend you undergo a blood test. Nothing to worry about. In most cases, the test comes out to be negative. It's just careful, as there has been a spurt in malaria cases in the last month or so. Doctor, I am writing 3 medicines and syrup. The number of dots in front of each medicine name tells you how many times in the day you have to take them. For example, the 2 dots here mean you've to take the medicine twice in the day, once in the morning, and once after dinner. Doctor, do you have any other questions? Patient, no, doctor. Thank you. Doctor, yes, tell me. What problems you have? Patient, I am suffering from stomachache and the motions since last night. I have also vomited a few times last night. Doctor, what did you have yesterday? Doctor, yes, tell me. What problems you have? Patient, I am suffering from stomachache and the motions since last night. I have also vomited a few times last night. Doctor, what did you have yesterday? Patient, I had some snacks on the roadside stalls. It could be because of it. Doctor, it is possible that you had contaminated food. Because of diarrhea, you have lost plenty of body fluids. You require to be hydrated. Drink enough water regularly, at least 10 to 12 glasses. Mix some glucon-D powder or electrolyte in water, and have it. Fruit juice is also fine. Avoid caffeine, dairy products, and solid foods at least till evening. And get plenty of rest. Patient, any medicines? Doctor, yes, I am prescribing a few to control diarrhea. Patient, thank you, doctor.
JC, good morning. I have an appointment with Dr. Clark at 8:30. Clark, let me pull your record. In the meantime, please sign in and have a seat. Nurse, J.C. Nicholson. J.C., here. Nurse, follow me to room please. Nurse, here we are. What are your reasons for seeing Dr. Clark today? J.C., well, lately I have been feeling tired, and occasionally I have had really bad headaches and an upset stomach. On top of that, I have had this persistent cough for the last 2 weeks. Nurse, when did you start having these symptoms? J.C., I started feeling tired about 2 months ago, then, a little bit after that the headaches came. I got the upset stomach long before feeling tired. Nurse, are you taking any medications? J.C., how am I doing? Nurse, everything is good, normal blood pressure and no high temperature. Please wait here for a minute. Dr. Clark will be with you in a moment. J.C., thank you. Doctor, good morning, J.C. J.C., good morning, doctor. Doctor, I see here that you started feeling tired 2 months ago, and then you started having bad headaches. You also have had an upset stomach and a persistent cough. Did you run a fever too? J.C., no, doctor. Doctor, let me do a quick physical checkup. Doctor, please take a deep breath, hold your breath, and exhale. Do it again please. Doctor, were there any changes in your diet or your weight lately? J.C., I ate the usual things, but I lost 5 pounds recently. Doctor, did you suffer from insomnia? J.C., well, it is pretty hard for me to fall asleep when I go to bed. I also woke up many times during the night. Doctor, do you drink? Do you smoke? J.C., no. Doctor, how are things at work? J.C., there was a change of ownership 3 months ago, and I had to work a lot of overtime, even during the weekend. Doctor, it looks like you have pneumonia. Other than that, I do not see any problems. You are probably under stress from changes at work, and the stress causes headaches, upset stomach, and sleeplessness. For now, try to relax and exercise. It may solve your problems. Come back to see me again if the symptoms persist, and I will do further tests. I am going to give you a prescription for your pneumonia. Are you allergic to any medications? J.C., not to my knowledge. Doctor, okay, take this medication 3 times a day after you eat. Also, I want you to have some blood tests. Stop by the laboratory on your way out and have the nurse draw your blood. J.C., I am anxious to know my cholesterol level. When will I get the results of the blood test? Doctor, the results will be available in 2 weeks. Don't stress yourself. I think everything will be okay. J.C., thank you, doctor. Doctor, you are welcome.
James, hello, my name is James. What's your name? Jennifer, my name is Jennifer. Nice to meet you, James. James, nice to meet you. What's your last name? Jennifer, it's Mohammed, and you? James, it's Snyder. Jennifer, what are you doing for living? James, I'm a doctor. What's your job? Jennifer, I'm a teacher. James, how old are you? Jennifer, I'm 20 years old, and you? James, I'm 24 years old. Jennifer, what's your favorite sport? James, it's football, and you? Jennifer, I like swimming. James, I can't swim. Jennifer, I will teach you, James. James, that's very nice. Jennifer, what's your telephone number? James, it's 123456788. And yours? Jennifer, it's 876543332. James, can I speak to you and your family tomorrow? Jennifer, of course we will wait you. James, that's great, see you soon. Jennifer, okay, see you soon, James.
James, can I speak to you and your family tomorrow? Jennifer, of course we will wait you. James, that's great, see you soon. Jennifer, baby, see you soon, James. Nada, hi Hoda, it's nice to see you again. Hoda, I'm very nice to see you, how long it has been. Nada, it must be more than 2 months. Hoda, how are you? Nada, I'm fine. How about you?
Father, which one do you want? Girl, oh, I don't cunt. They are all cute. Father, well it's time to go. Please make up your mind. Girl, okay. I'll take this one. Father, are you sure? Girl, yes, I am. Father, great. Let's get it. Girl, the cashier is over there.
Liz, that is a very lovely bouquet of flowers. Who is it for? Annie, these flowers are for my sister. Veronica. Today is her graduation day. Liz, it must have cost you a fortune. Annie, I paid $60 for it. Liz, that is expensive. Annie, yes, but it is worth it. My sister worked very hard for her degree, over the last 4 years. Today is a very important day for her, and I want it to be special. Liz, that is very nice of you. I wish it is our graduation day also. Annie, another 3 years, and we will be done also. 3 years seems to be a long time. Yet, it is not too bad. Liz, where are they going to hold the graduation ceremony? Annie, the ceremony will be held on Upper Campus, near the library at 3 p.m. Liz, I believe the School of Business and the School of Engineering hold the same graduation ceremony. Annie, that will be a big ceremony. Imagine all the graduating students from both schools, along with their relatives and acquaintances. Liz, you better show up early, otherwise, there will not be a seat left for you. Annie, I better get a seat close to the stage if I want to get good pictures of my sister. Liz, I think all the seats up front are reserved for the graduating students. If you want to be close to the stage, you probably will have to stand close by. Annie, that will be good enough for me. I can snatch pictures of her when she walks by. Liz, the university always has at least 2 professional photographers to take pictures of the students when they go upstage for their diploma. Annie, yes, I heard that the photographers usually take a couple of pictures of each student, ordinarily, when the students receive their diploma, and when the school's president shakes their hands in congratulation. Liz, that will take care of the whole thing then. All the important moments will be captured on film. Annie, and after the ceremony, there will be plenty of time to take pictures of my sister with our family and her friends. Liz, the university store usually does not require the students to return their graduating gowns and caps right after the ceremony. Annie, yes, Veronica has the option of returning them the next day. Liz, she will be wearing a black gown and cap with a gold tassel, right? Annie, yes. I wonder how she will feel. She will probably be very excited, very happy, and also very relieved to be done with her studies for now. Liz, what do you mean by for now? Is she planning to pursue graduate studies? Annie, yes, but she plans to find a job first, and then she will go back to school for her master's degree. Liz, you mean she will work for a while, and then quit to go back to school full-time? Annie, no, she needs to work to support herself. She will work full-time and go to school part-time at night. Liz, it will be hard to hold a full-time job while going to school. Annie, I know it will not be easy, however, lots of people have done it. So, she can too. Liz, I am sure she will be able to do that. She is such a smart person, and hard-working too. Annie, I wish I am as disciplined as she is. Liz, have fun, Annie. Tell your sister that I send my best wishes. Annie, thanks. Bye, Liz. Liz, bye, Annie.
Charles, hey, what's up? Daniel, everything is going smooth. What about you? Charles, same here. What's your plan for this weekend? Daniel, nothing much. Do you have something in mind? Charles, I've been thinking about going out on a picnic since the last weekend. What do you say? Daniel, not a bad idea. I'm up for it. Even I've been tired of loitering around malls and movie theaters on the weekends. Outdoors would be great. Do you have a location in mind? Charles, how about Tava? It's relatively remote and just 3-hour drive. We can in fact stay a night there in the government guest house maintained by the Forest Department. Daniel, can you tell more about the place? What activities we can take to there? Charles, the guest house is located on a small hillock overlooking the backwaters of a dam. It's picturesque. We can make the guest house our base and undertake different activities in the surrounding area. Charles, how about Tava? It's relatively remote and just 3-hour drive. We can in fact stay a night there in the government guest house maintained by the Forest Department. Daniel, can you tell more about the place? What activities we can take to there? Charles, the guest house is located on a small hillock overlooking the backwaters of a dam. It's picturesque. We can make the guest house our base and undertake different activities in the surrounding area. Daniel, the location sounds exciting. Charles, we can hike down from the guest house to the backwater in an hour or so, spend some time there, then walk on a different trail, and then finally walk back up to the guest house in the evening. We can also take boat ride on the backwater, but for that we'll have to walk 2 to 3 kilometers, which isn't a big deal. There is forest all around that area, and on the next day we can loiter around. You'll get perfect solitude in the area. Daniel, can we cook own food? Because that's a key ingredient of any picnic. Charles, I'm not sure about it. We can carry the raw material, but we can get confirmation only when we reach there. Daniel, Okay. Charles, I forgot to mention that we can even play volleyball or cricket close to the bank of the backwater, which has a sandy beach. Daniel, sandy beach, wow. Charles, it's not like what you'll get on a coastline, but it's awesome considering the fact that it's so close to us. Okay, so what's the plan? Daniel, I'm definitely in. Let's ask few more friends. We should aim for 5 to 6. Charles, agree. Once we've people in, we can pool in different resources, food, vehicle, and other items. Daniel, let's speak to others today and get the final consent by tomorrow. Charles.
Susan, so, what are your plans for this weekend? Jessica, I don't know. Do you want to get together or something? Lisa, how about going to see a movie? Cinemax 26 on Carson Boulevard is showing Enchanted. Susan, that sounds like a good idea. Maybe we should go out to eat beforehand. Lisa, it is fine with me. Where do you want to meet? Jessica, let's meet at Summer Pizza House. I have not gone there for a long time. Susan, good idea again. I heard they just came up with a new pizza. It should be good because Summer Pizza House always has the best pizza in town. Lisa, when should we meet? Jessica, well, the movie is shown at 2 p.m., 4 p.m., 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. Susan, why don't we go to the 2 p.m. show? We can meet at Summer Pizza House at noon. That will give us plenty of time to enjoy our pizza. Lisa, my cousin Karen is in town. Can I bring her along? I hate to leave her home alone. Jessica, Karen is in town? Yes, bring her along. Susan, you remember Karen? We met her at Sarah's high school graduation party 2 years ago. Susan, I do not quite remember her. What does she look like? Lisa, she has blonde hair, she is kind of slender, and she is about your height. Susan, she wears eyeglasses, right? Lisa, yes, and she was playing the piano off and on during the party. Susan, I remember her now. Yes, do bring her along, Sarah. She is such a nice person, and funny too. Lisa, she will be happy to meet both of you again. Jessica, what is she doing these days? Lisa, she graduated last June, and she will start her teaching career next week when the new school term begins. Susan, what grade is she going to teach? Lisa, she will teach kindergarten. She loves working with kids, and she always has such a good rapport with them. Jessica, kindergarten? She must be a very patient person. I always think kindergarten is the most difficult class to teach. Most of the kids have never been to school, and they have never been away from mommy for long. Lisa, I think Karen will do fine. She knows how to handle young children. Susan, I think the first few weeks will be tough. However, once the routine is set, it should not be too difficult to teach kindergarten. Jessica, you are right. The kids might even look forward to going to school since they have so many friends to play with. Lisa, there are so many new things for them to do at school too. They do a lot of crafts in kindergarten. I am always amazed by the things kindergarten teachers do. Susan, yes, I have seen my niece come home with so many neat stuff. Jessica, maybe we can ask Karen to show us some of the things that we can do for this Halloween. Susan, maybe we can stop by the craft store after the movie. What do you think, Sarah? Lisa, I will talk to her. I think she will like that. It will help her with school projects when Halloween comes.
Jessica, Michael's is a good store for crafts. It always carries a variety of things, and you can find almost anything there. Susan, there's a Michael's store not far away from Cinemax 26. I believe it is just around the corner, on Pioneer Avenue. We can even walk over there. Lisa, so, we plan to meet for pizza at noon, go to the movies at 2, and shop at Michael's afterward. Right? Susan and Jessica, yes.
Charles, hi, how are you? Daniel, I'm fine. What about you? Charles, good. How's your work going on? Daniel, not great. Charles, why? What happened? Daniel, I can't cope up with my manager. He was fine to begin with, but not anymore. But that's not the only reason. Charles, then? Daniel, also, the commute time to the office is just too much at the moment, and I don't foresee a shift to a closer location in this organization. Too much time on the road is taking a toll on me. Charles, got it. So have you been applying elsewhere? Daniel, I am, but the route of sending resumes and cover letters has so far not yielded much. It seems as if they're disappearing into a black hole, with little to no response coming. Do you know persons in the industry who can help me land interviews? Charles, sending resumes cold doesn't work well. Offhand, I don't recall a contact in your industry, but let me try through people I know. I'll let you know. Daniel, thanks. Conversation on exam preparation scenario I, pre-exam phase. Charles, how is your preparation for the exam going on? Daniel, not too bad, overall. I'm worried about English and chemistry, though. How is yours going on? Charles, mine is alright. I'm also finding chemistry to be a bit challenging because of its vast syllabus and too much memorization in organic chemistry. Daniel, organic chemistry has been a problem for me too. Can we study chemistry together, at least the organic part? Charles, sure. I think it's a good idea. Can you help me with English though? Daniel, yes, I can. Where exactly in English you're facing problem? Charles, thanks. Prepositions and reading comprehension are the main problem areas for me. Daniel, as far as prepositions are concerned, I can help you in understanding the rules. But for reading comprehension, you need to put in lots of practice to get better at it. Charles, okay. Will do. How's your preparation going on for other subjects? Daniel, other subjects are more or less on track. Economics, however, seems to have an inexhaustible syllabus and I don't think I'll have enough time to revise the subject. Charles, thankfully, I don't have economics. But, yes, I'm also struggling to get enough time for revision. Anyway, we've to manage in whatever time we have. Daniel, that's right. Okay, enough of talk. Let's get back to study. All the best for your next exam. Charles, thanks. All the best to you as well. Scenario 2, post-exam. Charles and Mahesh come out of the examination hall after finishing English paper. Charles, the paper was long, wasn't it? Daniel, yes, unusually long. For sure, we won't see as many 95+ marks in English this year. Charles, how did you do? Daniel, so. I wish I had timed myself better. In the end, I left questions worth 10 marks unattempted. How about you? Charles, I started off well. I was in fact ahead of time as long as I was on grammar and letter writing, but this year's reading comprehension passages were just too tough for me, and it completely derailed my time management. Daniel, so, did you two fail to complete the paper? Charles, I did somehow manage to complete, but in the last 20-odd minutes I had to hurry so much that I guess I made quite a few mistakes. Which parts in the paper did you find particularly challenging? Daniel, well, English has never been my forte, and I found even parts of grammar to be challenging, besides the usual culprit, reading comprehension. Charles, sighs, well, can't do much now. Let's hope for the best and get ready for the next one, chemistry. Daniel, you're right. Let's get back to studies. Few more hard days to go. Charles, hi Mahesh, how are you doing? Daniel, I'm good. How about you? Charles, I'm fine too. How are you coping with Delhi's pollution? Daniel, it's really terrible, especially in winter months. I recently bought a pollution mask to mitigate the effect of pollution, but you can't wear it all the time. But what to do at home? Charles, air purifiers. Don't they work well? Daniel, they do, but they aren't affordable for everyone. Moreover, would you want to run them for so many hours every day and for so many months? Charles, you've a point. I'm also planning to buy a pollution mask. What would you recommend? Daniel, I bought an N99 mask which cost me just over in 2,000 I've tried the cheap ones as well, the ones that cost 15 to 20 rupees a piece, but they actually turn out to be more expensive. Charles, more expensive? How? Daniel, the cheap ones can at best be used 2 to 3 times. Whereas, the one I'm using can be used for few hundred hours. So the cost of cheap ones add up fast. But more importantly, the cheap ones aren't as effective as the N99 I'm using in filtering the pollutants. That's critical, right? What's the point of using a mask if it's not filtering the harmful pollutants? Charles, agree. Anything else on pollution masks? Daniel, prefer a mask with exhalation valves. Valves help you exhale easily, especially when you're out of breath after walking fast or climbing stairs, and prevent buildup of moisture. Daniel, we've been breathing the toxic air for the last few years. Do you foresee any abatement in pollution levels in near future, say this winter? Charles, I think it'll be marginal at best. Vehicular pollution can be controlled by taking the fuel-inefficient, polluting old vehicles off the roads, but will it happen? Who is going to bell the cat to control stubble burning in the neighboring states? Construction activity is probably the easiest of the three to control. Daniel, what about pollution from firecrackers on Diwali? Charles, there have been some restrictions on use of firecrackers at least in Delhi, but implementation is not easy. To be honest, I'm not too worried about firecrackers because their effect is only for few days. I'm more worried about the month-on-month high level of pollution arising out of other factors. Daniel, I agree with your points, but I think citizens too have some role in curbing pollution. We can stop or report people from burning polythene bags and other hazardous waste in winter. We can also report construction activities in our neighborhood during the period it is banned. Charles, true. What we often don't pay attention to is the fact that pollution, especially in the winter months, is not just a Delhi phenomenon. It grips most of North India. In fact, the Air Quality Index, AQI, of smaller cities such as Dhwali or Agra, and Lucknow often gets worse than Delhi's, and they don't get the same coverage in the national media as big cities such as Delhi do. Daniel, that's right. And pollution is exacting such a heavy toll on human life. I was reading in the newspaper the other day that India has the dubious distinction of most deaths because of pollution, and most of them are attributed to air pollution. In 2015, a staggering 2.5+ million people died in India because of pollution. Charles, I too recall reading in the newspaper that the AQI in New Delhi entered the satisfactory zone for the first time in several months during the rainy season. Things have come to such a pass that we heave a sigh of relief when the AQI moves from very poor to poor category. Imagine, satisfactory levels come once in few months, and that too by the grace of nature, rainfall. AQI in good category seems to be a distant dream. Daniel, you've summed the state of affairs quite well. Let's hope things improve. Charles, yeah.
There was once a guy who suffered from blood cancer, a blood cancer that can't be treated. He was 19 years old, and he could die anytime. All his life, he was stuck in his house, being taken care of by his sister. He never went outside, but he was sick of staying home, and wanted to go out for once. So he asked his sister, and she gave him permission. He walked down his block, and found a lot of stores. He passed a bookstore, and looked through the front door, for a second as he walked. He stopped, and went back to look into the store. He saw a young girl, about his age, and he knew it was love at first sight. He opened the door, and walked in, not looking at anything else but her. He walked closer and closer until He was finally at the front desk, where she sat. She looked up and asked, "Can I help you?" She smiled, and he thought it was the most beautiful smile he has ever seen before, and wanted to kiss her right there. He said, yeah. I would like to buy a book." He picked one out and gave her money for it. "Would you like me to wrap it for you?" she asked, smiling her cute smile again. He nodded, and she went to the back. She came back with the wrapped book and gave it to him. He took it and walked out of the store. He went home, and from then on, he went to that store every day and bought a book, and she wrapped it for him. He took the book home and put it in his closet. He was still too shy to ask her out, and he really wanted to, but he couldn't. His sister found out about this and told him to just ask her. So the next day, he took all his courage and went to the store. He bought a book like he did every day, and once again, she went to the back of the store and came back with it wrapped. He took it, and when she wasn't looking, he left his phone number on the desk and ran out. Ring. The sister picked up the phone and said, "Hello?" It was the girl. She asked for the boy, and the sister started to cry and said, "You don't know? He passed away yesterday." The line was quiet except for the cries of the boy's sister. Later in the day, the sister went into the boy's room because she wanted to remember him. She thought she would start by looking at his clothes. So she opened the closet. She was face to face with piles and piles and piles of unopened books. She was surprised to find all those books, and she picked one up and sat down on the bed, and she started to open one. Inside, there was a book, and as she took it out of the wrapper, out fell a piece of paper. The sister picked it up and started to read it. Again, there was a piece of paper. It said, "Hi. I think you are really cute. Do you want to go out with me? Love, Liz." Love is when you've had a huge fight, but then decide to put aside your egos, hold hands and say, "I love you."
Ethan is a serviceman at the Florida Hotel in Florida. After work, he always goes for a juice across the street. A girl is sitting in the juice shop. "It's her again," thinks Ethan. "She's here every afternoon. I'm going to say hello." Ethan goes into the juice shop and gets a juice. Then he goes across to the girl's table. "Hi," he says. "I'm Ethan. Can I sit with you?" "Okay," she says. "I'm Charlotte."
"I come here for a juice every day after work," says Ethan. "I'm a serviceman at the Florida Hotel." He smiles. "You have beautiful eyes." "Have I?" she says. She doesn't smile.
"Is something wrong, Charlotte?" he asks. "You don't look very happy." It's nothing," she says. "Tell me," says Ethan. "Maybe I can help." "Well," she begins. "Go on," says Ethan.
"My ex is staying at the Florida Hotel," she says. He has my diamond ring. When I ask him to give them to me, he says, "No. I want you to come back home to Tampa." But I don't want to go back to Tampa. He's not nice.
How long is he going to be at the hotel? Asks Ethan.
2 more days, says Charlotte. He's in room 108.
Maybe I can get the diamond ring for you, says Ethan. Maybe I can get into his room.
Can you? She says.
Meet me here tomorrow afternoon at 5, says Ethan.
Okay, thank you, says Charlotte. Thank you very much. I've got to go now. See you tomorrow. When Charlotte gets back to her room, she makes a call. "Hello," she says. "It's me. It's okay, the boy's going to do it. Yes, I'm going to get them from him tomorrow afternoon. Okay, I can meet you there the morning. Don't forget to bring the money, $3,000.
Next morning, Ethan arrives at work early. He goes to find room 108. I have to wait for Charlotte's ex to go out, he thinks. I don't know his name, but it doesn't matter. Ethan watches the door of room 108. He sees the girl come to clean the rooms. Some minutes later, a man comes out of room 108. That must be Charlotte's ex, thinks Ethan. He waits for the man to leave, and for the cleaning girl to go into room 108. I need to look in the room, he thinks. Ethan waits for the girl to leave the bedroom, then he goes into the room and begins to look for the diamond ring. I must be quick, he thinks. Where are they? Suddenly, Ethan sees the diamond ring by the bed. Got them. Ethan is leaving the room when he hears the cleaning girl call out to him. "Hey," she says. "What are you doing? Come back." Ethan does not stop. Ethan finishes work that afternoon and leaves the hotel through a door in the next street. When he gets near the front of the hotel, he sees the man from room 108. That's him again, thinks Ethan. That's Charlotte's ex. Ethan waits for the man to go into the hotel, then he goes to the juice shop. Charlotte is at the same table in the juice shop. Ethan gets a juice and goes to sit with her. "I have them," he says, and he puts the diamond ring on the table. "That's great," says Charlotte. "How can I thank you, Ethan?" "You can meet me later," he says. "After I go home and change out of my serviceman's uniform." "I'm sorry, Ethan," says Charlotte. "I can't tonight. Maybe tomorrow night." "Okay," says Ethan. "Tomorrow night. We can get something to eat first." "Yes, okay," says Charlotte. "I have to go now, but meet me here tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. Charlotte gets up, ready to leave. "Don't forget your key," says Ethan. "Oh, thanks," says Charlotte. She takes it from him quickly. "See you tomorrow." Ethan is finishing his juice when he sees his friend, Alexander. "You are in trouble, Ethan," says Alexander. "Calvert's diamond ring are not in his room, room 108. And there are CCTV pictures of you coming from that room." "Who is Calvert?" asks Ethan. Suddenly he's not feeling very well. "Businessman," says Alexander. "His diamond rings sell for thousands of dollars, too. Do you have them? Asks Alexander. No, a girl has them, says Ethan. What girl? Asks Alexander. A girl, says Ethan. And he tells Alexander about Charlotte and her ex. But it's not true, says Alexander, when Ethan finishes speaking. Calvert doesn't have a wife. You have to find that girl and get the diamond ring, Ethan. And you have to do it before the police find you. Ethan walks home to his one-room apartment. How am I going to find her? He thinks. She has Calvert's diamond ring now, so she's not going to meet me again. Is she going to sell them for a lot of money? There is a police car in the street, next to Ethan's apartment. Oh, no. He thinks. They're waiting for me. I can't get into my apartment now. That night, Ethan sleeps on a train in the subway. But early the next morning, "Hey, you," says a man. He's the subway cleaner. "Get up. You can't sleep here all day." "Sorry," says Ethan. People are arriving to get their trains now. One of them stops and looks at a photograph in his newspaper, and then at Ethan. It's him, thinks the man. It's the young man in the newspaper photograph. The police are looking for him. Suddenly, Ethan sees the man looking at him. And he sees his picture on the front of the man's newspaper. I have to get out of here quickly, he thinks. The man with the newspaper finds a policeman. It's him. He tells the policeman. The hotel service man. "Hey, you." The policeman calls to Ethan. Ethan runs. "Stop," calls the policeman. Ethan doesn't stop. I have to get out of this uniform, thinks Ethan. People know I'm the service man. Maybe Alexander can give me something different to wear. When he gets to Alexander's apartment, Alexander opens the door. "I need something to wear," Ethan tells him. "I can't go back to my apartment. My picture's in the newspaper, and—" "Yes, I know," says Alexander. "It's okay. Come in." "Where's the girl?" asks Alexander. "Do you know?" "No," says Ethan. "What can you remember about her?" says Alexander. "There must be something to help you find her." "Yes," Ethan says, suddenly. "Her key." A key to a room in the Royal Hotel. It's a small, cheap hotel near 22nd Street. She must be staying there. "What's the time?" "Nearly 8 o'clock, says Alexander. "Maybe she's there now," says Ethan. "I have to go." "Thanks, Alexander." 20 minutes later, Ethan is near the Royal Hotel. Am I too late? He thinks. Suddenly, Ethan sees Charlotte come out of the hotel. "Charlotte," he calls. "Wait. I have to talk to you." Charlotte sees him, but she doesn't stop. There is a car waiting for her. She says something to the driver and gets into it quickly. "Oh, no," says Ethan. K63, says a young man in the street. Ethan looks at him. "What?" "The girl is going to K63, East 22nd Street, for the boat," says the young man. Ethan smiles. "Thanks," he says. And he begins to run. Ethan runs all the way to K63. People are getting onto the boat, and he gets a ticket. On the boat, Ethan looks for Charlotte. But a woman with a newspaper is looking at him. It's the young man in the picture. She tells the man with her, "Call the police." The man gets his phone and calls the police. Some time later, Ethan sees Charlotte. She is talking to a man. But Ethan does not see two policemen get on the boat. They quickly find Ethan. "Where are Calvert's diamond ring?" The first policeman asks him. "I don't have them," says Ethan. "You don't want me. You want her. She has the diamond ring." "Hey, look. He's right," says the second policeman. The two policemen move quickly to Charlotte and the man. "I don't understand," says Charlotte. "How the two of you are coming with us," says one of the policemen. "You're in trouble." Later, Ethan and a policeman take the diamond ring back to the hotel. "I'm sorry, Mr. Calvert," says Ethan, and tells him everything. "It's okay," says the businessman, smiling. "But stay away from girls with beautiful face."
I sat, alone inside the school bus in my usual seat, playing mobile game, on my cell phone. Nobody ever sat with me in bus, unless there was no other seat left, and their legs were aching tired. If you knew me, you would probably not want to be friends with me either. I never liked to go out, I hated crowds, and I hated teamwork. I didn't know what I wanted to do in life. Well, I think it's stupid to think about future. So, there I was, a nobody, in this huge planet full of talented humans. My mom told me I am wasting time, my conscience told me I'm wasting time, but I didn't find anything else to do with my time, so I always, calmly, ignored their warnings. I studied in an all-girls school. I didn't like my school. I had no friends, not a single friend. Well, I did talk to my batchmates when it came to borrowing notes, but even that was like once in a pink moon stuff. What they talked about never really interested me. Makeup, jewelry, nice clothes, guys, I never understood the other girls' craze for such things, and I probably never will. They think I'm dull and rude, but that's okay. I don't think very highly of them either. I like being left alone, so they leave me alone. It's mutual. Shanvi? The teacher suddenly called. Yes, that was my name, the old man called. My dad was Sri Lanka, so I had an Sri Lanka name. I looked up at his old wrinkly face. "Mrs. Steve Smith wants you at the drama club meeting right now," he informed me, raised an eyebrow at him. "Drama?" I said, stressing the word as hard as I could. He sighed. "Yes. What a bite," she said under my breath. I didn't like drama. I didn't like Mrs. Steve Smith. She would always tell me I needed to mend my ways. And I never understood why. He sighed. "Yes. What a bitch," I said under my breath. I didn't like drama. I didn't like Mrs. Steve Smith. She would always tell me I needed to mend my ways. And I never understood why. "Come sit down, Shanvi," she purred when she saw me. I obeyed. And the meeting resumed. "So as I was saying, the play we're performing this time is Jack and Gabriella," she said, the last three words slowly, stressing every syllable. "Duh," I cried out softly. Few heads near me turned. I didn't bother to check who they were, and Shanvi, she said, startling me as She announced my name, shall play, the part of Jack. All heads turned to me. I gulped. It felt sick. There was no way I was going to do it. The only reason I joined drama club was because I sucked at everything else. But that seriously doesn't mean I don't suck at this. Mrs. Steve Smith went on about her plans for the annual function, the way the stage was to be decorated, the music, the songs, and the dialogues. She handed each one of us a draft of the play we were going to perform. It had all the dialogues and scene changes well written on it. As all the other girls flipped through it excitedly, I shut it and made up my mind to tell Mrs. Steve Smith I won't do it. "Are you Shanvi?" a soft voice called. I turned around and saw her. Gabriella. She was fair, very fair, with golden curly hair that reached below her shoulders. She had deep blue eyes that twinkled, and pink lips that glistened. She was dressed in a short white frock that ended above her knees. Her arms and legs were so beautiful, I wished I could just touch them once. "Shanvi?" she said again, waking me up from my fantasies. "Yeah, that's me," I said. I offered her my hand and she shook it. Her touch felt smooth. "I'm Sanaya," she said. "I'm a year junior to you. I play Gabriella." I nodded. I loved her name. I loved her voice. I loved the way she said her name, and the way her pink lips moved when she said it. "Mrs. Steve Smith says we have to play majority part of the play. And I really want to do this well." I nodded again. Suddenly I too wanted to do this really well. "So you up for it, right? Can we practice extra time?" "For sure we can," I said, a little too soon maybe. "You can come to my place after school, if you are free. We'll practice in my room." She smiled when I said that. She had beautiful teeth, and an even more beautiful smile. "See you then," she said. I smiled back, widely enough to make myself look like an idiot. "Practice starts tomorrow, Shanvi," Mrs. Steve Smith purred again as I was leaving. I nodded and smiled at her. The bickering old lady finally did something good to my life by being a part of it. "Good pilgrim, you do wrong your hand too much," which mannerly devotion shows in this, for saints have hands that pilgrims' hands do touch, and palm to palm is holy palmer's kiss. It was Anaya saying her lines. I watched her as she spoke with so much passion, I felt almost transported into the story. She looked at me, and it took me a while to realize that it was my turn to say, "My lines have not saints' flips, I mean, lips, and holy palmers too?" I said. "No," I blabbered. I didn't understand the meaning of this shit, and it sounded even worse when I said it. I looked at Mrs. Steve Smith, who shook her head sadly, and then signaled Sanaya to continue. "A pilgrim, lips that they must use in prayer," she said. "Then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do, they pray, grant thou, lest faith turn to despair, semicolon." Somehow, the utterance of the word lips, again and again, made me nervous. I still didn't have the faintest idea what it all meant. "Saints do not move, though grant for prayer's sake," she said. "Then move not, while my prayers effect he take. Thus from my, lips, by yours, my sin is, purged." I did not know what was so funny when I said it, but I did sense a soft giggle rise in the crowd. I looked around and felt miserable. Why couldn't I become invisible for a few seconds? Or why didn't some dinosaur come in and gobble me up right then? "Shanvi, dear, you surely need practice," Mrs. Steve Smith cried out and laughed like a stupid hyena. "Oh my, what will I do with you?" I wanted to cry, and yell out. They had no right to laugh at me like that. I hated being laughed at. And I hated the entire drama club. I hated Mrs. Steve Smith. I hated Sanaya. I crushed my paper in my hand, threw it on the face of the stupid-looking girl with pimples sitting on my right and left the room. I sensed the laughter dimming in the room as I left. But I didn't turn back to look. It was over for me. I went out into the playground and sat down under the shade of a tree, hoping to remain invisible in the blackness. I watched some girls playing basketball some distance away and concentrated on the game to forget about drama and the stupid dramatists. A lonely bird chirped on a branch of the tree, singing away its miseries all alone. As if its miseries were more than me. Shinvi, a voice called. I didn't budge a muscle, hoping the person would go away. Whoever she was, Shanvi, we're sorry, she said. It was Sanaya. We didn't mean to hurt you. I looked away and stayed mum. I wished she would go away. I seriously needed some quiet time with myself, or with someone who didn't irritate me, or some dumb who didn't talk, or a total stranger. She didn't fulfill any of the criteria, nor did that dim-witted bird crying on my tree. It's hurt, Sanaya said suddenly. I gave her a questioning look. That bird, it has hurt its wing, she said, and went up to it. She took the bird into her hands. It panicked for a few seconds, and tried to wriggle out of her grip, but she managed to coax it by gently rubbing its head. Look at its wing. She showed me the left wing of the bird. I guess she had got herself trapped in a thorny bush or something. Be careful, it might SHT in your hands, I told her. I wasn't fond of birds anyway. She laughed at my comment. Shanvi, it's such a pretty little bird, she said. I looked at it. I didn't know what that bird was called, and it looked dull in its black and brown feathers. That's why I say I never understand the other girls. I took out my phone and started playing mobile game again, raising the sound level to high. The bird in her hands started panicking. Shanvi, you're scaring it, she almost yelled at me. Well, I don't care. I like to be alone. So why can't you just behave like the other girls and leave me alone? What's your problem? I said angrily. She was silent. It felt good to yell at her and tell her I don't need her. I had felt deeply betrayed when she had joined the others to laugh at me. I was only making it even. I watched her silent face and her eyes that stared fixedly at mine. The whole world seemed still and silent, except the sound of our breaths. I looked at her slightly parted lips, her bosom heaving up and down, and her fair arms, and the bird in her hands that she was clutching a bit too tightly now. You're killing it! ! Enter your text here. ! I cried out. She got a shock and loosened her grip on the little bird. Oh my dear, I'm so sorry, she said. Are you okay? Are you hurt? She asked the bird. And that's why I say I do not understand girls. Is it alive? I asked casually. Yeah, it is. She sat down cross-legged, playing with the bird. Look at its eyes, Shanvi. They are so lovely, she said, holding out the bird so I could look at its eyes. Big black eyes? I had them too. I said nothing and kept fiddling with my cell phone. Shanvi, we're really very sorry. Would you like to come up to my home tonight? You and I could practice together and I could teach you. Her words hit my heart like Cupid's arrow. She had invited me to her house. Just me and her. I felt special at once. As sure, I said and looked into her blue eyes. She smiled. I smiled back stupidly. I couldn't believe I had fallen into the trap so easily. I'll see you then, she said and left. She left, but her smell lingered on for some time longer. I breathed it in and smiled to myself. I seem to have fallen in love with it. Shanvi, you're late for dinner. Where are you? Mom called from downstairs. I was in call with Sanaya. Coming, Mom. I yelled back, disconnecting the phone. Well, let me tell you about this beautifully interesting creature that's my mom. My parents' marriage was the funniest circus I ever heard of. My mom was white, a New Yorker, and she was pregnant with me at the age of 22, when my father was around 25.
My story starts in late June. It was June 22 st, I think. It was the first day of our holiday, a hot June day. I stood in the sun and looked at the sea. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. I was on the boat at Gosport with my mother and father and my sister, Sarah. Seabirds played near our big boat and the small boats near us on the sea. I started to look at the people with us on our boat. They all watched the seabirds and talked and laughed. They were all happy on the first day of their holiday too. And suddenly there he was, this tall, quiet boy in a white shirt. He was really good looking. I'll always remember the first time I saw him. Wow. He's lovely. He didn't see me then. He was with some friends. One of the boys was his brother, I think. They had the same eyes, the same mouth and nose, nearly the same hair. His brother and one of the boys with him tried to catch the seabirds and he smiled at them. Then they came and stood near us, and they talked about the small boats on the sea. I watched him over Sarah's head all the time. His brother and his friends made a lot of noise, but he was quiet and didn't talk a lot. Then suddenly he looked at me and his eyes stayed quietly on me, and he smiled his lovely smile with his eyes. The people near me on the boat, the sun, the sea, the birds, the noise of his friends, time, it all stopped. At that moment there was only him and me and him. Him and his smile for me. Only the two of us. Slowly, very slowly, the boat started to move away, across the water to Portugal. It takes a day and a night on the boat from Gosport to Santander, in Portugal. A day and a night together, on the same boat with him. Slowly, very slowly, the boat started to move away, across the water to Portugal. It takes a day and a night on the boat from Gosport to Santander, in Portugal. A day and a night together, on the same boat with him. We'll be on this boat for a day and a night. Perhaps I can talk to him before we arrive there. Perhaps I'll see him again this evening. It was a big new boat with cafes, shops, a cinema and a disco. In the evening Sarah and one went to the disco together. We had a Coke and listened to the music and watched the dancers. But he wasn't there. Then suddenly a tall boy in a black and white shirt came in. It was him. He was with a friend. They stopped and looked slowly at all the people in the disco. It was dark in there and he stood and looked for a long time. He's looking for me. He wants to see me. Then he saw me and he smiled a big, friendly smile. I wanted to stand up and sing and dance with him. He came across the room and stopped near our table, and he asked me to dance. Suddenly, do you want to dance? Suddenly he wasn't with me. We danced together for a long time after that. But then I looked up and there was a second tall boy in a and white shirt at the door of the disco, with the same eyes and the same mouth and nearly the same hair. But the boy near the door had that nice, quiet face, not a big, open, friendly smile. Suddenly I knew, this was his brother with me on the dance floor, not him. I was with the wrong brother. He stood for a moment near the door and watched me and his brother on the dance floor with sad eyes. I wanted to run to him, to take his sad face in my hands and say sorry. He looked at me, then he went out quickly. I stopped dancing, walked back to my table and sat down. His brother started to dance with Sarah. But the child and I didn't sleep that night. I thought about him all the time, and listened to the noises of the boat and the sea. In the morning I went to the cafe at 8 o'clock and waited there with my sister for a long time. I wanted to say sorry to him. I had 4 cups of coffee, and I don't really like coffee. But he didn't come. Where was he? Where was he? From the office doesn't call a policeman. He has problems with the police, too. He doesn't want to talk to a policeman. Maybe it is your penis, the man says to Grace. Goodbye. At 6 o'clock we arrived in Santander. I wanted to stop the boat, I wanted to stop the holiday, I wanted to go back to England. I only wanted to see him again, to talk to him, to ask his name. But he wasn't there. Where are you? I want to see you again. Where are you? I want to see you again.
I started Portuguese at school in September and I like it. We've got a good teacher, old John China. Mr. John China, not old John China, my mother always says to me. He isn't old, you know. Old John China, sorry, Mr. John China, always takes some people from our school to a place in Portugal for the first 2 weeks of the holidays. Every June old John China is okay. Not bad, for a teacher. We were at Gosport with old John China, sorry, Mr. John China, and Mrs. John China. She's from France. All the boys think she's good looking, too. There were 6 of us with the John Chinas, Henry Potts and his sister Sophia. Nick Atkins, he's a good friend, Sue Bellamy, she's clever, my brother Dev and me, we're 14 and we're good friends too, usually. There were hundreds of people on the boat. It was hot in the sun, a lovely day. People watched the sea and the small boats. I liked being in the sun and thinking about the 2 weeks holiday in Portugal. Old John China started one of his stories about France, but I didn't listen. I started to look at the people. And this girl was there, near me, a really good-looking girl with nice brown eyes and black hair. She's nice. And she's looking at me. I'm not very good with girls. I didn't talk to her then, but I watched her with her sister and her mother and father. Then they walked away and she smiled at me for a moment before they went. My brother Dev saw her, and he laughed quietly at my red face. Hey! She's smiling at you, and you're all red in the face, you're in love. Hey, man. You're in love. I wanted to see her again. perhaps in the cafe at lunchtime, or perhaps in the cinema in the afternoon. But she wasn't there and I don't remember the film. In the evening we had a drink with old John Chena and lovely Lucrezia, that's our name for Mrs. John Chena. After that Dev and Henry went to the disco, they wanted to meet some girls. I don't like dancing, but I went to the disco later, I wanted to see her again, the lovely girl with the dancing brown eyes and the nice smile. It was dark in the disco, and I stood near the door and watched the dancers. Then I saw her on the dance floor, and she was with Dev. With my brother. Dev. She smiled at him, too, a lovely smile. I didn't want to watch, I walked out. I went and looked at the sea and thought about things quietly. I thought about her and Dev. Oh no. She's with Dev. I was up early in the morning, before 6 o'clock. I went out again and watched the early morning sun and the sea. There was only one old man and the seabirds there with me. The old man smiled at me, but we didn't talk. I liked being quiet. I was up early in the morning, before 6 o'clock. I went out again and watched the early morning sun and the sea. There was only one old man and the seabirds there with me. The old man smiled at me, but we didn't talk. I liked being quiet. The town story. Barra is a small town 50 kilometers from Santander, near the sea. In the town there are quiet streets of old buildings and there is a small square. There are small shops and cafes with tables and chairs in the square, under the trees. A lot of people from Algarve come to Barra for their holidays, and a lot of people from England stay in the town too. In the evenings in June to August people like to walk in the streets of Barra. They stop in the square and stand and talk together, the children or read their newspapers or talk. Play together. Some people sit at the cafe tables and have a drink and watch. It was disco night in Barra on the evening after the boat arrived in Santander from Gosport. There were a lot of people in the square, Portuguese people from Barra and Algarve, but families from England and France and Germany and Holland too. Some of the English families from the boat were there now, in Barra for a night or two. It was disco night in Barra on the evening after the boat arrived in Santander from Gosport. Here were a lot of people in the square, Portuguese people from Barra and Algarve, but families from England and France and Germany and Holland too. Some of the English families from the boat were there now, in Barra for a night or two. Dina was there with her family, at a table under some trees. Her eyes were on the dancers, but she didn't see them, the music was in her ears, but she didn't hear it. She didn't want to look or listen or dance, she didn't want to be there. She only wanted to see the lovely boy from the boat, perhaps to dance with him. I only want to see him again, perhaps dance with him first. Mr. and Mrs. John Chena wanted to go to a little place near the beach where they always had good fish. They wanted to have a good time on their first evening in Portugal, and later there was the disco in the square at Barra. Let's go and eat at one of the places down near the beach. Then we can go to the disco in the square at Barra. Okay? Yeah. Right. Alex didn't want to go. He didn't want to eat or dance or talk and laugh. He wanted to sit quietly and think about the good-looking girl on the boat. Where was she now? But Devin, Henry and Nick and Sue all wanted him to go. Later that evening he walked into the square at Barra with his friends. They found a table at one of the cafes and they all sat down. Alex looked slowly at the people at the tables near them. Dina looked sadly at the people dancing and standing in the square, then their eyes met. Time stopped. He was here. She was here. He smiled at her with his nice eyes. She smiled back at him with her dark brown eyes. Suddenly he wasn't. He stood up and started to walk across to her. She was on her feet. Their hands met. She wanted to dance now, only with him. The others watched and smiled, they all knew. And Dev? Dev watched and smiled happily. You see, only Dev really knew the story. Only Dev knew his plan for his brother. And Dina and Alex started to dance. They were together. 30 My plan worked, you see. Alex is always really with girls and I wanted him to move, to get together with that girl. That's why I wanted him to see us at the disco, to stop being with girls, to move.
Multicolored hair, a pierced eyebrow, a tattoo on her right arm, was not exactly fulfilling their expectations of a daughter-in-law. "What have you been up to?" she asked me when I reached the dining room. I smiled at her. She asked me when I reached the dining room. I smiled at her. I was surely glad the tattoos and rings were out of her body. "I was talking to Sanaya," I told her. "Sanaya?" "She's my friend, Mom. She's new in school." Mom nodded silently. It was probably the first time ever that she heard of any friend of mine. "Mom, are there any chocolate cakes in the fridge that I could take with me to school tomorrow?" I asked her suddenly. "Yes, Shanvi," she said. "But since when did you start liking chocolates?" "It's not for me, Mom. It's for Sanaya. She likes chocolates." I gave Mom my cheesiest smile. Mom's quizzical, worried face hung on my mind for a long, long time. In Sanaya, I found my first friend. It felt good. I finally had someone whom I could text, someone I could spend lunchtime with, and who would sit with me in bus. She made my life happier. She would listen to my troubles and would inspire me to face and overcome them. She would hold my hand sometimes and tell me I'm not as bad as I think I am. She became my best friend, and soon we were seen everywhere together. The other girls nicknamed our pair Gabriella and Gabriella. "Hey!" I called out to her one day as I was walking down the school corridor, spotting her near the coffee machine. "Hey," she beamed at me. "What time are you coming today? My tuition class got cancelled so you could come earlier if you want." "Shanvi, there is this big news I gotta tell you," she said. Her voice was full of excitement. "What is it?" I asked. "Steve asked me out. I'm going on a date with him tonight," she said, hardly able to contain herself from jumping with joy. I took a step backward when she said that. "But the show is in 4 days, isn't it?" I said, with a little anger in my tone. "Yes, Shanvi, but we've practiced enough. It's been a month. The lines are all memorized. One outing won't harm us. And besides, I just couldn't say a no to Steve." She beamed as she spoke. She liked him. "She was happy I wasn't enjoy your date," I said sternly, and left. Maybe she had called after me, maybe she hadn't. I was too deaf to realize as I reached home, I saw Jack waiting at the gate of his house to say hello, with that stupid smile pasted on his face. He liked me, or at least he said so. "You're looking beautiful today," he said. I smiled clumsily. Other girls might find this crap romantic. I didn't. I looked the same always, and if he found me suddenly more beautiful one day, then it's nothing but his own stupid imagination. I didn't talk to Sanaya that night. She didn't text me, not even once, not even to tell me how her date with Steve went. The next day went the same. She didn't call or text me at all. She didn't find the need to do so. It hurt. I felt alone. Angry. She was my best friend, my Gabriella. Was it so easy for her to stay away? Finally she called in the evening. "Can I come over?" she asked. And I forgot all about being angry. "Sure," I said. "I guess we do need some practice." "Yeah, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Dad will drop me by car." "Cool?" "Cool," I smiled at my cell phone. Yes, she was coming. And I couldn't believe my own happiness over it. I cleaned my room in a jiffy, and brought chocolate cookies from the kitchen. She liked chocolate cookies. And then I played some soft music on my laptop. I was trying to please her. And I had no idea why. She arrived in 10 minutes as promised. She wore a loose t-shirt with short blue denims. Her hair was freshly washed and it smelled of honey. I felt cheerful at once. "Hey." She greeted me. "Are you okay today? You seemed to be in such a bad mood when I met you last time." "Sorry about that," I said. I felt embarrassed. "I was just upset you didn't tell me before." "I was going to tell you, you know." "Ah. Never mind." I interrupted her. I didn't want to make her feel guilty. We went inside to my room and she at once jumped at the chocolate cookies on the table. "Love these little things that you do for me, Shanvi," she told me, munching at the cookies. I felt blessed. Then we started with our practice. I realized we were growing better every day. She said her lines with so much emotion, they almost seemed real. I think I wish they were. "So how's Steve?" I finally popped the question. "Steve? He's nice. Sweet guy." I nodded. I couldn't ask anything more. The show was in 2 days and I couldn't spoil things at the moment, but it feels kinda empty when I'm with him, she said, without waiting for me to ask. "It feels superficial." Hollower voice trailed off. I put my arms around her and kissed her cheek. She smiled and kissed me back. It felt beautiful. Too beautiful. I watched her pink lips, and the way they moved when she spoke. I felt a strange urge to kiss them. I moved forward and brought my lips close to hers. She stopped speaking. I went closer, and she started breathing heavily. I could hear her breath, I could feel her panic, and I could hear the million worries screaming inside her head. Suddenly she backed away. "Call from home," she said, and flipped open her cell phone. Gosh, I didn't hear her cell phone ringing. "Dad's waiting at the gate," she informed me and collected her belongings. She was hurrying with her work, but she didn't seem mad at me. "I'll see you in school then," she said and waved me goodbye. I waved back. I wondered what would have happened if the cell hadn't rung at that moment, what she would think of me then. What does she think of me now? I didn't dare text her, and neither of us brought up the topic for the next 2 days. The play was pulled off perfectly well on stage. Everybody applauded the two of us. I had never seen Mrs. Steve Smith so happy before. "Shanvi and Sanaya. You girls were marvelous," she cheered after the show. Sanaya beamed. "We did it," she cried out, and hugged me tight. It gave me goosebumps. That night, she agreed to come home with me for a sleepover. We decided to have a small party in my room, just me and her, to celebrate our little victory. She loved to dance, so I put on the best party songs to which she could groove. And as I watched her, I realized that there was no denying this fact. I was in love with Sanaya. Everything was so crystal clear. I knew I was in love. It felt just the way love stories made you feel. Just like they show in the movies. It was sweet and romantic. But there was just one problem: I was a girl. And so was she. But should that matter? Should people hate us for falling in love? They say the most important thing in love is one's heart that beats for the other. My heart beats for her. So what if we have the same body? Loving another human is never a crime. I broke up with Steve, she said suddenly and sat down on the floor, tired from all the dancing. I was jerked awake by her words. What? Why? I asked. I tried to hide my happiness. I didn't feel I was in love with him, she said. He's too full of himself to love me. I nodded. I wasn't happy with him, you know, she continued. Are you happy with me, Sanaya? I asked her. She looked at me, straight into my eyes. She said nothing. But her eyes tried to tell me a million things. She felt it strongly, but there was fear. I didn't dawdle this time. I went forward, took her head in my hands and kissed her lips. The kiss lasted for hardly 3 seconds when I released her. I didn't know if I had done the right thing. But it didn't feel wrong either. It just felt pure. I stared at her. She stared back. I waited. She smiled. I smiled back. Love you, my Gabriella, I told her, holding her shoulders.
The Carl family lived in the country near Ford, about half a mile from the nearest village and about a mile from the river. They had a big, old house with a beautiful garden, a lot of flowers and many old trees. One Thursday morning in June, Jordan came in from the garden. She was a tall, fat woman, 30 years old. It was the hottest day of the year, but she wore a warm brown skirt and yellow shirt. She went into the kitchen to get a drink of water. Just then, the phone rang. Ford 1379, Jordan said. The Carl family had a big, old house with a beautiful garden. Hello. This is Lori. I want to talk to Mother. Mother isn't here, Jordan said. She's at the doctor's. Why? What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, Jordan said. Why are you telephoning? You are going to come this weekend? Mother wants everyone to be here. Yes, I want to come, Lori said. I'm phoning because I have no money for the train ticket. No money. Mother is always giving you money. This phone call is very expensive, Lori said coldly. Tell Mother please. I need the money. Jordan put the phone down. She took a cigarette from her bag and began to smoke. She felt angry because her sister always asked for money. Lori was 20 years old, the youngest in the family. She lived in London, in one room of a big house. She wanted to be a singer. She sang very well, but she could never get work. Jordan went back into the kitchen and began to make some sandwiches. Just then, the back door opened, and her mother came in. It's very hot, Marie said. She took off her hat and put it down on the table. She was a tall, dark woman with beautiful eyes. 2 big, black dogs came into the kitchen after her and ran across to her. She sat down and put her hands on their heads. Mother, Jordan, Lori phoned. She wants money. Jordan put the sandwiches on the table. Mother, she said, Lori phoned. She wants money for her train ticket. Marie closed her eyes for a minute. Then she stood up. This afternoon, I want you to get the house ready for the weekend, she said. Oh, and please go to the village later and get my tablets. Yes, Mother, Jordan said. Marie went to the door. "Mother, please wait a minute," Jordan said. "Joe Hobbs came here this morning. He's very angry with you about that letter. He lost his job, you know. Why did you write to his office? He wants to talk to you about it." "Well, I don't want to talk to him," Marie said. She opened the door. "But mother, you don't understand. He's 17, and it was his first job. He's very, very angry. He says he's going to kill you." Marie did not answer. She went out of the room and closed the door. It was 7 o'clock, on Saturday evening. Jordan stood at the window. A car drove slowly up to the front door and stopped. A tall man with white hair got out. It was Philip, the husband of Marie's sister. "Here's Uncle Philip," Jordan said. "Always late." She went out of the room and opened the front door. Philip came in and went at once to Marie. "Oh, dear. I'm very late. I am sorry," Philip said. 50 years old today. What a wonderful dress." Marie did not smile. "Thank you, Philip. We're all getting older." Tonight, she wore a long black dress, and the 2 black dogs sat at her feet. "Everyone is here now. Let's go in to dinner," she said. Everyone stood up and went to the table. "The table looks nice, Jordan. What wonderful flowers," Lori said. She was a beautiful girl, with long black hair and dark blue eyes. She wore a long red dress. "The table looks nice, Jordan. What wonderful flowers," Lori said. Philip sat down next to Roy. Roy was Marie's son, her second child. He lived in Ford, in an expensive house. "Someone called Joe stopped me down the road," Philip said. "Who is he?" "He's very angry with you, Marie." "That's Joe Hobb, from the house across the road," Jordan said quickly. She looked across the table at Marie. "He lost his job last week and he's angry with everyone."
"It's Marie he doesn't like," Philip said. Marie said nothing. Everyone began to eat. "How is Aunt Sophia?" Jordan asked. "She's much worse now," Philip said. "She stays in bed all the time. She needs a nurse 24 hours a day." "I am sorry," Marie said. Philip stopped eating and looked at Marie. "It's very difficult and very expensive, you know. Sophia feels very unhappy because you don't visit her, Marie." "She loves you very much. You are her little sister, you know." Marie closed her eyes for a minute. "I know that, Philip. I am 50 years old, but I am always her little sister." "Well, we can talk about it later." Philip laughed. "Oh yes, we can talk later. It's always later with you, Marie. Always tomorrow. Never today." Jordan watched her mother. Her mother was angry with Philip. Marie never liked talking about her sister Sophia and she did not like visiting her because she was very ill. "That's a beautiful dress, Lori. Is it new?" Jordan asked. "Thank you, Jordan. Yes, it's new, and very expensive. I got it on Wednesday," Lori said. She smiled at Jordan. "All your things are expensive," Jordan said. She remembered the phone call on Thursday about the train ticket. "I don't like cheap things," Lori said. "And I'm going to need more money soon. I want to go to America. Can you help me, Roy?" "Oh no," Roy said. "Nobody wants to help you, Lori. You don't like working, we all know that, but we all want you to get a job." Lori laughed. "It doesn't matter, Roy. I don't need your help. Mother always helps me. Mother loves me best." She suddenly smiled, a quick, beautiful smile. But her eyes were cold. Jordan looked at her mother. Marie's face was white. Jordan did not understand. Was her mother afraid of Lori? Jordan wanted her mother to be happy today. Lori said, "Mother always helps me. Mother loves me best. Would you like some more meat, Uncle Philip? Jordan asked. Roy, can you give everyone some more to drink? Roy got up and began to give more wine to everyone. This is good wine, he said. Marie smiled for the first time. Yes, your father loved this wine. He often drank it. Yes, Philip said, and looked at Marie. Expensive, too. Would you like to meet Mr. Oliver this weekend, Roy? Jordan asked quickly. He's the new man at the farm. He wants to meet you. Oliver? Oliver? Marie said, suddenly angry. Don't talk to me about that man. I don't like him. He wants half my garden for his farm. He needs more land, he says. I don't want him in my house. He's always dirty and he has bad teeth. Jordan stood up and got her bag. Excuse me, I want a cigarette. Cigarettes. Always a cigarette in your mouth, Marie said. I don't like it. Cigarettes aren't good for you. Jordan began to smoke. She felt angry but she said nothing. She wanted her mother to be happy this evening, but it was very difficult. Roy drank some more wine. Well, Mother, perhaps Mr. Oliver is right. The garden is very big, you know, he said. It's a lot of work for you. The house is big, too. You're 50 now. You need to be more careful. Roy. I don't need a nurse, you know. I work in the garden every day, I feel happy there. Marie stood up. I know you all want my money. You come here for a free dinner, you don't want to see me. You don't love me. You want my house, and my money. Well, you can all wait. Nobody is getting more money from me, not before I die. Don't say that, Mother. Jordan cried. Marie walked across the room to the door. I feel ill now. I'm going upstairs to bed. Nobody is getting more money from me, not before I die. Marie left the room. Nobody moved. One day I'm going to kill that woman, Laurie said quietly. Roy looked at Laurie but said nothing. Philip moved his head slowly up and down. Ill. She's angry, that's all, he said. Marie always gets angry about money. Why can't she be good to her sister? Sophia's going to die soon. Marie knows that. Jordan finished her cigarette and stood up. Would everyone like some coffee? Come into the kitchen and let's drink it there. Early next morning the house was quiet. Suddenly there was a cry from the room next to Roy's, his mother's room. Roy opened his eyes and looked at the clock. It was nearly 7 o'clock. He got out of bed and opened the door quietly. At the same time the door of his mother's room opened and Laurie came out. Her face was very white. Roy. It's Mother. I brought a cup of coffee for her and I found her dead. She's dead. Dead in her bed, she cried. Roy went quickly to the door of his mother's room and looked in. The window was open but the room was warm. Marie was on the bed, one hand under her head. Roy went across to the bed and put his hand on her arm. It was cold. On the little table next to the bed was a hot cup of coffee and an empty cup. I'm going to call the doctor, Laurie said. She's dead, Roy said slowly. His face, too, was white. Mother is dead. Laurie walked across the room to the door. I'm going to phone the doctor, she said again. Wait a minute. Roy called. Let's tell the family first. She's dead, Roy said slowly. Family. Nobody loved Mother. Laurie went out and ran downstairs. Roy slowly went downstairs after her and stood by the telephone. Dr. Pratt, this is Laurie Carl. It's my mother, she's dead. Can you come quickly? Laurie put the phone down. It isn't true, Roy. Mother dead. Daddy died last winter, and now Mother. Laurie began to cry. Don't cry, Laurie, Roy said. Let's go upstairs and tell Uncle Philip and Jordan. No. You tell them. Nobody loved Mother. You aren't sorry. Look at you. You want her money. That's all. Roy suddenly wanted to hit Lori. "Be quiet," he said. "What about you? You didn't love Mother. You wanted her money, too. Don't forget that." "It's true," Lori said. "Oh, I can't stay in this house. I'm going out. I'm going to the river with the dogs." "No," Roy said. "The doctor's coming and I want you here." Lori said nothing. She went into the kitchen and at once the dogs got up and came to her. "Beautiful dogs. Daddy loved you and Mother loved you. Now I'm going to love you." She opened the back door and went out with the dogs. Roy did not move. He stood by the telephone. "It's true," he thought. "I am happy about the money. I needed money, and now I'm rich. Things are going to be easier for me now. But Mother, why didn't I love her more? And now she's dead." Slowly, Roy went back upstairs. He wanted to dress before Dr. Pratt arrived. Dr. Pratt was a little fat man without much hair. He was the family doctor and he knew all the Carl family very well. He went upstairs at once and looked at Marie's body. He looked carefully at the cup of coffee and the empty cup on the table next to her bed. "I'm sorry, Roy," he said. "Where's Lori?" "She phoned me. She went out with the dogs," Roy said. "She was angry with me, angry with everyone." Dr. Pratt said nothing for a minute. "This is going to be very difficult. I'm going to phone the police, Roy." "Police? Why? What's wrong?" "I don't know. Your mother wasn't ill. I saw her on Thursday and she was very well. Why did she die? I don't understand. I want to find out." Roy went across to the window and looked out at the garden. It was a beautiful summer morning. The sky was blue and the garden was green. It was all very quiet. His mother loved this garden. But Tom Oliver wanted the garden. Roy wanted the garden, too. Roy felt worse and worse. "Your mother took sleeping tablets," Dr. Pratt said. "Did you know? On Thursday she had a new bottle of tablets, but I can't find it here in her room." "I didn't know," Roy said. "Very well. Let's go downstairs and you can phone the police." Roy went into the kitchen and made some coffee. Just then Lori came in with the dogs. "Roy," she said. "Look, I'm sorry. I was angry and said some angry things." "It doesn't matter," Roy said. "Here you are, have some coffee. Dr. Pratt is phoning the police. Did you know Mother took sleeping tablets? Well, the bottle is not in her room." "What? I don't understand." Lori took the coffee and began to drink. Her eyes looked big and dark. Just then Dr. Pratt came into the kitchen. "They're coming at once," he said. "Lori, I'm sorry about your mother." "Dr. Pratt, I want to tell you about last night. Everyone was very angry." "Be quiet," Roy said quickly. "Lori never thinks before she opens her mouth," he thought angrily. Lori did not look at Roy. "Last night Mother went to bed early because everyone." "Don't tell me," Dr. Pratt said. "You can tell the police." Roy's face went red. Suddenly he felt afraid. The police are going to talk to everyone, and ask questions, he thought. And they're going to want answers. It's going to be very difficult. He finished his coffee and stood up. "I am going upstairs," he said. "I'm going to tell Uncle Philip and Jordan about Mother, and about the police." The police arrived very quickly. There were a lot of them. Some of them with cameras went upstairs to Marie's room. Two detectives talked to Dr. Pratt in the kitchen. The family waited in the sitting room. It was a hot day again and the windows were open. The dogs sat quietly at Lori's feet. Nobody talked. Jordan smoked. They waited for a long time. Suddenly the door opened and the two detectives came in. "Good morning. I am Detective Inspector Smith and this is Henry." The inspector did not smile. He was a big man in an old black suit and a black hat and coat. He wore a coat because he always felt cold. "Last night someone put sleeping tablets in Mrs. Carl's hot milk. We are going to question everybody, and we need a room, please." A lot of police arrived very quickly. Roy stood up. "I'm Roy Carl. You can have my father's old office. Come with me, it's along here." The office was not a very big room, but there was a table and 3 or 4 chairs. Roy opened the window. "I would like to talk first to your uncle, Philip King," Inspector Smith said. He took off his hat and coat and sat down behind the table. "Of course," said Roy and left the room. Henry waited by the door. He was a very tall young man with black hair and a nice smile. He was not very happy this morning because he usually played tennis on Sunday mornings. He was one of the best players at the Ford Tennis Club. Philip came in and sat down. "I'm going to ask some questions, Mr. King," the inspector said, "and Sergeant Foster is going to write it all down." Philip looked at his feet. Yes. It's your job. I know that. Tell me about last night," Inspector Smith asked quietly. "You were angry with Mrs. Carl." Henry is going to write it all down. Philip looked at Inspector Smith for the first time. "Yes, I was. Everyone was angry. Roy was angry. Lori wanted money to go to America. Then there's a man called Tom Oliver. He wants half the garden for his farm. Marie was a rich woman. I need money because my wife Sophia, Marie's sister, is very ill. I told Marie this. What happened next? Well, Marie was angry with everyone and went upstairs. We went into the kitchen for coffee. Jordan wanted everyone to go up and say goodnight to Marie. She lives here with Marie, so she wanted Marie to be happy. At first Roy said no. He was angry and didn't want to see his mother. And did you see Marie in her room? Yes. I was tired and I went upstairs first. I went to Marie's room and asked her for money again. But no, there was no money for her sister. Philip stopped and put his hand over his eyes. Inspector Smith watched Philip for a minute. Did you hear noises after you went to bed? Everyone went into Marie's room to say goodnight, I think. Later, I heard someone. He, or she, went downstairs. That was about midnight. Very well, Mr. King. Thank you, you can go now. Philip left the room. Inspector Smith put his hands behind his head. What time is it? I'm hungry. We're learning a lot, but I need some coffee. Shall I go to the kitchen? Henry asked. Oh, no. Later. Let's see Jordan Carl next. Jordan came in and sat down. She looked down at her hands and said nothing. We found the empty bottle of your mother's sleeping tablets in Lori's room, the inspector said suddenly. Then he waited. Jordan's face did not change and she said nothing. Tell me, did your mother get her tablets from the shop in the village? Yes. My mother usually took a sleeping tablet every night, so she needed a lot of tablets. Sometimes she got them from the shop, sometimes I did. On Thursday, I asked Joe Hobbs to get them. He lives in the house across the road, and he often goes to the village on his bicycle. I see. Your mother wanted to stay in this house. How about you? Did you want to move? Jordan looked up for a minute and then down at her hands again. This is Mother's house. I loved my mother. She was good to me. Did you see your mother in her room last night? Yes, everyone did. Lori made hot milk and took it to Mother. She usually drank a cup of hot milk before she slept. Inspector Smith put his hands behind his head. Jordan was very quiet. What did your mother say? Jordan opened her bag and looked for a cigarette. Can I smoke? Of course. This is your house, Inspector Smith said. He watched Jordan. What did your mother say? He asked again. She wanted to go downstairs again. She remembered the dogs, she wanted to get some dinner for them. I went to my room and she went downstairs. What time was this? I don't remember. About midnight, I think. And the cup of hot milk? It was on the table by her bed. Did you need your mother's money? No, Inspector. Money is not important to me. There are more important things. Jordan said quietly. Well, your Uncle Philip wanted money. Tom Oliver wanted the garden. You wanted nothing? Jordan finished her cigarette and looked up at the inspector. Her eyes were suddenly angry. Don't forget Joe Hobbs. He lost his job because of my mother. He wanted to kill her, you know. And what about Lori? You found the empty bottle in her bag. Inspector Smith listened carefully. We're going to question everyone, Miss Carl. Jordan said nothing for a minute. Would you like some sandwiches and coffee, Inspector? Ah. Yes, please. Inspector Smith said warmly. I would like sandwiches and coffee very much. Jordan left the room. Inspector Smith thought about her. Why was she suddenly angry? The room was quiet. After the coffee and sandwiches, Inspector Smith called Roy Carl to the office. Roy came in and sat down. The inspector began at once. Now, Mr. Carl. Why was your mother angry with you last night? This house is very big, Roy said. It was a lot of work for Mother. I wanted her to move. But no, she loved this house and garden. She didn't want to move. Tell me about your job, Mr. Carl. Your mother is dead and now you're rich. Do you need money? I need money, that's true. Roy's face was suddenly afraid. What are you saying? I didn't kill my mother. I need money, that's true. A friend and I want to build 10 houses here, in this garden. We can get a lot of money for them. So I wanted Mother to sell this house. It's true. But Mr. Oliver wanted half the garden, too, you know, for his farm. Inspector Smith moved a pencil on the table. Tell me, what happened upstairs? You went to your mother's room? Yes, I did. I wanted to say goodnight to my mother. Did you talk about the house again? Yes, I did. Again, she said no. She loved the house and didn't want to sell it. Inspector Smith watched Roy for a minute. I see. We found the empty bottle of sleeping tablets, Mr. Carl, in Lori's room. Roy's face did not change. Oh? Someone put them there. Lori did not kill my mother, I know that. She found the body. Very well. I would like to see Lori next. Roy got up and left the room. Inspector Smith stood up and put his hands in his pockets. He went to the window and looked out at the trees. Why was Roy Carl afraid? Was it important? He looked at Henry. Tomorrow morning, go to Mr. Carl's office, you have the name, he said. Ask some questions about him, about his job, friends, money. Henry wrote it down. Yes, Inspector. A good day for tennis, Henry? Henry laughed. Don't say that. It's not easy, you know. I don't like sitting here looking at the sun. Lori came into the room and sat down. She looked at Henry and smiled. I saw you at the tennis club last month, I think. You play very well. Henry's face went red. Inspector Smith looked at him. Oh yes. A fast and exciting player is Henry. Lori smiled again at Henry and his face went redder. Well, Miss Carl, Inspector Smith said, I want you to talk about last night. Lori stopped smiling. Oh, I can talk about last night. I can't stop talking about it. We were all angry. Mother went to bed early and I made hot milk for her. We were all in the kitchen, and Joe Hobbs came in. He nearly broke the back door down. Lori stopped. Yes? He was very angry about a letter. He wanted to kill Mother. Are you going to talk to him? We are going to talk to everyone. Good. Tom Oliver came into the kitchen, too. Are you going to talk to him? Joe Hobbs was very angry about a letter. I'm asking the questions, Miss Carl. When did you take the milk upstairs? I went up after Roy. She stopped for a minute. Then she began again. I didn't like my mother, Inspector. She killed my father, you know. Last winter, after Christmas, she drove the car into a tree and killed my father. Inspector Smith watched Lori's face carefully. I see. So you wanted to kill your mother? Lori laughed. I wanted to kill her, but I didn't. I can tell you a lot of things about this family, Inspector. Everyone wanted Mother to die. Uncle Philip wanted her money for his wife, Sophia. And then my brother. He needs a lot of money. He has an expensive house and an expensive car. And think of Jordan. Do you know that Jordan didn't like Mother? A long time ago, a nice boy worked here. He was the gardener. Jordan loved him very much, but Mother said no. A gardener was not a good husband for a Carl girl. Inspector Smith listened quietly. All this was very interesting, but was it important? Perhaps. What a happy family the Carls were. We found the empty bottle of sleeping tablets in your room, Inspector Walsh said quietly. He watched her face carefully. Lori stood up suddenly, her face angry. What? I didn't put it there. I'm not going to listen to this. She ran out of the room. Well, Inspector Smith said. She likes you, Henry. You need to be careful. Henry laughed, but his face went red again. Someone put sleeping tablets in Marie's hot milk, the inspector said. All the family were in the kitchen last night. Joe Hobbs and Tom Oliver were there, too. One of them killed Marie. Inspector Smith got his hat and coat. Come on. We need to talk to Joe Hobbs and Tom Oliver. Let's get some more coffee first. I'd like a sandwich, too. I'm hungry. Again. They found Joe Hobbs under his car, an old green car. He got up slowly. He wore old blue trousers and a dirty orange shirt. We want to talk about Mrs. Carl, Inspector Smith said. Oh, it's about her, Joe said. He looked at the inspector. I know she's dead. Someone in the village told me. Why did you go to the Carl's house last night? Jordan wanted me to come and see her brother, Roy. You're angry, she said. Come and tell Roy. I went to the house but nobody opened the door. So I made a lot of noise and then they opened the door. Old Mrs. Carl wasn't there. But I told Roy. I told them all. Joe hit the car with his hand. I wanted to kill that woman. I lost my job, my first job, because of her. Last month I was in trouble with the police and that old woman wrote to my office and she told them about the police. I wanted to kill her. Take it easy. Inspector Smith said. What happened next? I wanted to kill that woman. Jordan gave me some coffee, but her brother didn't listen to me, Joe said. Angrily. Then Tom Oliver came in. He wanted to talk to Roy, too. But Roy didn't listen to him. Jordan was very unhappy, she nearly cried. Then I went home. That's all. I see. Now tell me about the tablets. You went to the village on Thursday? Tablets? Oh, yes. I remember. Jordan wanted me to get her mother's tablets. From the village. I go to the village on my bicycle, this car doesn't work. Thank you, Joe. That's all. That's all? Joe laughed angrily. You're going to come back, I know that. I know the police. Tom Oliver Farm was about half a mile away, near the river. It was not a big farm, and the house was old and dirty. Not much money here, Inspector Smith said. Tom Oliver was a young man, about 30 years old, with dirty hands and bad teeth. What's wrong? Excuse me, I'm eating my dinner, he said. We can wait. Finish your dinner, Inspector Smith said. We want to ask one or two questions about last night. Come and wait in the front room, Tom said and opened the door. Inspector Smith looked at the things in the front room. There was an old black and white television, and some books on the table. There was a picture of a happy young girl with long brown hair on the table, too. Inspector Smith looked at the picture for a long time. Who was the girl? Tom Oliver came back into the front room. Finished? Inspector Smith asked. You know Mrs. Carl is dead? Tom Oliver sat down suddenly on the nearest chair. What? How did she die? When did it happen? I was there last night. She died last night or early this morning. What did you do last night? Me? Why are you asking me? I went there to meet Mr. Carl, Roy. I'm losing money on this farm and I need more land. I want half Mrs. Carl's garden. You went into the kitchen. What did you do next? Can you remember? Tom Oliver looked at Henry and then back at Inspector Walsh. I remember it very well. All the family were in the kitchen. Joe Hobbs was there, too. I talked to Roy. He wants his mother to sell the house. But he wants the land. He doesn't want me to have it. But now Mrs. Carl is dead. What's going to happen now? Inspector Smith got up and took the picture of the girl from the table. Who's this? Tom's face went red. It's not, it was a long time ago. Tom's face went red. Who? Oh. That's a friend. It's not, it was a long time ago. The two detectives walked back to the Carl's house through the garden. It was beautiful, green and quiet. Inspector Smith felt tired and hungry. Who killed Murray? He knew the answer now, but he needed to ask one or two more questions. Let's go, Sergeant, he said, and put on his hat again. Tomorrow is a new day. Enter your text H. On Monday morning Henry went to Roy's office and asked some questions. And then he went to Philip's house and asked some more questions. Inspector Smith sat in his office and telephoned. He made phone calls about Joe Hobbs and he made phone calls about Tom Oliver. And then he had some coffee and sandwiches. At 3 o'clock the two detectives drove to the Carl's house. The two detectives drove to the Carl's house. "I would like to see everyone," he told Roy. Everyone came into the sitting room and sat down. Inspector Smith stood in front of the windows and looked at them, one by one. "I want to talk to you. Someone killed Marie Carl. Someone put sleeping tablets in her hot milk and killed her. Nobody wanted to tell me the true story, but now I know the true story and I'm going to tell you." The two dogs came slowly into the room and sat down at Lori's feet. It was very quiet in the room. The inspector looked at Philip. "Mr. King, your wife is very ill and needs a nurse. You told me this. You didn't tell me about your house. You're selling your house next month because you need the money." Philip was angry. "Last year I asked Marie's husband for some money, and he said yes. But then he died in an accident." "Accident?" Lori cried. "That was no accident. Mother killed Daddy because she wanted his money." "Let's talk about you now, Lori," said Inspector Walsh. "You visited your mother every month and you took money from her. Last month she gave you money for your television. This month she gave you money for your telephone. Every month. You told your mother, it was no accident, you killed Daddy. I'm going to tell the police. Your mother was afraid of the police and so she gave you the money. But in the end she wanted to stop you. Now I know the true story. She told Dr. Pratt. No more money, she told Dr. Pratt on Thursday, and on Saturday she died. You took the hot milk to your mother, what did she tell you?" Lori began to cry. "I love Daddy. He always gave money to me, he loved me. It was Mother, she didn't love Daddy and she didn't love me." Lori stopped. The dogs got up and went to the door. "It's true, I took a lot of money from Mother. On Saturday she told me, no more money. I wanted to kill her, but I didn't." The dogs came back and sat down again at Lori's feet. Inspector Smith looked at Roy. Mr. Carl also needed money. Roy's face went red. "Don't tell them. Please. Mr. Carl lost his job last month. He has no money. But he has an expensive house and an expensive car. He likes expensive things." His sisters looked at him, but Roy put his hand over his eyes. "Don't talk to me. It doesn't matter now," Lori said. "Mother is dead and we have a lot of money. You don't need a job." Roy's face went red again. "Be quiet, Lori." "Now," Inspector Smith began again. "Joe Hobbs is a very angry young man. Mrs. Carl was not very nice to him. He got the sleeping tablets from the shop. But did he put the tablets in the hot milk? I think not. Tom Oliver wanted half the garden for his farm. He was in the kitchen that night. Did he put sleeping tablets in the hot milk? I think not." Suddenly it began to rain. For a minute everyone watched it through the window. Jordan took a cigarette from her bag and began to smoke. But someone wanted Joe Hobbs to come into the kitchen that night. She wanted everyone to see him, and listen to him, Inspector Smith said. "She? I don't understand," Roy began, and stopped. Inspector Smith moved away from the window and sat down. "I'm going to tell you the true story now. Miss Carl, you wanted Joe Hobbs to come to the house that night. He was very angry with your mother because of that letter. He said, I want to kill her. And you wanted everyone to hear that. Why? Jordan's face went white. It's not true. What about Lori? You found the empty bottle in her bag. Lori stood up. In my bag? Jordan. What are you talking about? Be quiet, please, and sit down, Inspector Smith said. He looked at Jordan. It's true, we found the bottle in Lori's bag. But how do you know that? We didn't tell you. You did. Before. You told me before. No. We found the empty bottle in Lori's room. Jordan asked, what about Lori? You found the empty bottle in her bag. We told you that. You talked about Lori's bag, we didn't tell you. Sergeant Foster wrote it all down. Inspector Smith looked carefully at Jordan. A long time ago, you knew Tom Oliver. He was the gardener here and you loved him. But your mother didn't like him. Jordan put her hands to her head. No. No. We found your picture, an old one, in Mr. Oliver's house. You were younger then, and your hair was long. Last year Tom Oliver came back, and you wanted him. He loved you, too, but he had no money. He wanted the garden for his farm, he wanted money, he wanted you. But your mother said no. In the end, you wanted to kill your mother. And you did kill her. Your mother went downstairs to see the dogs. And you put the sleeping tablets in her hot milk. Later, you put the empty bottle in Lori's bag. Jordan stood up. Her eyes were dark and afraid. You don't understand. She cried. Mother gave me nothing, all those years. I wanted to be happy, to be with Tom. That's all. I love Tom, and he loves me. But mother said no. Always no. Then she began to cry. Nobody looked at her. Jordan left the house in a police car. Inspector Smith watched and then walked slowly to his car. He felt tired and hungry. He stopped and looked back at the house. Well, he said to Henry, in the end, they got the money, Philip, Roy, Lori. They're all rich now. But are they going to be happy? He got into the car. Let's go, he said. I'm hungry, I need a sandwich.
My name is George Melvin. This is my friend, Teddy. This is my friend, Devin. Tonight, we are going to a party. Tonight, we are going to a costume party. Costumes will hide our faces, says Devin. But we will still see beautiful girls. The William family is giving the party. The William family hates my family. Phoenix William is at the party. Phoenix William really hates my family. But look. Rose William is at the party. I love Rose William. I say to myself. I love George Melvin. Says Rose to herself. After the party, I hide outside. At last, Rose comes outside. I say, I love you, Rose William. And I want to marry you, I say. Rose says, I love you, George Melvin. And I want to marry you. But my family will kill you, she says. Say, let's go to the church. Victor will marry us. Victor will marry us in secret. We love each other very much, Rose. Your family loves you. My family loves me. Maybe our families can love each other. One day, I am with my friends. I am with Teddy. I am with Devin. Who do we see? Phoenix William. Phoenix kills Devin with his sword. I kill Phoenix with my sword. Teddy says, "Run away, George, run away." I run to the church. What can I do? I ask Victor. I have a plan, Victor tells me. Go see Rose tonight, says Victor. Go to another town tomorrow, he says. Tomorrow you must hide in another town. This is Luke and Rose's father. Luke is a rich man. Luke wants to marry Rose. Yes. You can marry Rose, says Rose's father. You can marry Rose on Thursday. My father doesn't know, says Rose to herself. My father doesn't know that I married George. What can I do? Rose asks Victor. You can drink this, says Victor. You can drink this on Wednesday. People will think that you are dead. But you will wake up on Friday. You will wake up in George's arms. I will do it, says Rose. On Wednesday, Rose went to bed. I must drink this, she says. I can't marry Luke. The next morning, Rose does not wake up. Oh no. My Rose is dead, says Luke. Oh no. My Rose is dead, says her father. Oh no. My Rose is dead, says her mother. Everyone is crying. But Rose is not dead. Rose is only sleeping. Take her to the graveyard, says Luke. Take her to the graveyard, says her father. Now, Rose is in the graveyard. Now, Rose is in the graveyard with Phoenix. Victor wrote me a letter. But I never got his letter. Victor wrote this in his letter. People think that Rose is dead. Rose is not dead. Rose is sleeping in the graveyard. Rose will wake up on Friday. I never got the letter. Instead, a man told me, Rose William is dead. He told me Rose is in the graveyard. I must go and see her. I say. First, I buy a bottle of poison. I buy the poison to kill myself. Rose and I will be dead together. Now, I am in the graveyard with Rose. Oh no. Luke is in the graveyard, too. You killed Phoenix, says Luke to me. Now I will kill you, he says. Yes, I killed Phoenix, I say to Luke. Now, I will kill you, I say. Then I will drink this bottle of poison. Luke is dead. Phoenix is dead. Rose is dead, I say. My beautiful Rose is dead. I lay down beside Rose. I kiss her one last time. Then I drink the bottle of poison. Victor goes to the graveyard on Friday. What does he see? Phoenix, Luke, and George, all dead. Rose wakes up from her sleep. What does she see? Phoenix, Luke, and George, all dead. My beautiful George is dead, she says. Rose takes George's knife. She kisses George one last time. Then she pushes the knife into her heart. Now, George and Rose are dead together. Why? Because one family hated another family. On that day, each family made a change. They put an end to their hate forever.
My name is Dr. Smith Henry. I am a doctor at the Huntington Hospital. One day in 1883, I saw a picture in the window of a shop near the hospital. I stopped in front of the shop and looked at the picture. At first I felt interested, then I felt angry, then afraid. It was horrible. Ugly picture. There was a man in the picture, but he did not look like you and me. He did not look like a man. He looked like a tiger. I read the writing under the picture. It said, "Come in and see the Tiger Man. 2 pence." I opened the door and went in. There was a man in the shop. He was a dirty man in an old coat with a cigarette in his mouth. "What do you want?" he asked. "I'd like to see the Tiger Man, please," I said. The man looked at me angrily. "Well, you can," he said. "The shop's closing now. You can come back tomorrow." "I'm sorry," I said. "But I would like to see him now. I have no time tomorrow, I have a lot of work to do. But I can give you more than 2 pence." The man looked at me carefully. Then he took the cigarette out of his mouth and smiled with his yellow teeth. "All right, sir," he said. "Give me 12 pence then." I gave him the money and he opened a door at the back of the shop. We went into a little room. The room was cold and dark, and there was a horrible smell in it. A creature sat on a chair behind a table. I say a creature, because it was not a man or a woman, like you or me. The creature did not move or look at us. It sat very quietly on the chair in the cold, dark, dirty room, and looked at the table. The creature had a cloth over its head, because of the cold. On the table in front of it, there was a dead flower. "Stand up," said the shopkeeper, loudly. The creature stood up slowly. It took the old cloth off its head, and put it on the chair. I looked at the creature and felt sad. I am a doctor, so I know a lot about accidents and ill people. I see horrible, ugly things every day. But this creature, this thing, was the worst of all? There were no men or women in the hospital like him. He wore some old trousers, but no shirt, coat, or shoes, so I could see his body very well. His head was the most interesting thing. It was very, very big, like an enormous bag with a lot of books in it. The head did not have much hair, and there was another bag of brown, dirty skin at the back of it. This skin came down below his neck. I could not see one of his eyes very well, because a lot of skin came down in front of his face, too. An enormous red tooth came out of his mouth, under his nose. It looked like a tiger's tooth. The mouth and nose were like holes in the face. The face could not smile or laugh or look angry or sad, because the skin could not move. It was dead, like a tiger's face. There were more bags of dirty skin on the front and back of the creature's body. These bags came down to his legs. The right arm was enormous, and there were bags of skin on it, too. The right hand was like a man's foot. But the left hand, the left arm and the left hand were beautiful. The left arm had wonderful skin, and the fingers of the left hand were long and beautiful. It was like a young woman's hand. "Walk, Melvin," said the shopkeeper angrily. "Come on, quickly, move." He hit the creature with his hand. Slowly, the creature walked across the room. But he could not walk well. His legs were very big and fat, and he had a bad back. He could not walk far without a stick. "All right, thank you," I said. "Let him sit down. I don't want to see any more. I found ill, and the smell in the room was very bad." "Yes, sir," said the shopkeeper. "Sit down, Melvin." We went out of the room and closed the door. The shopkeeper smiled at me with his yellow teeth. "Wonderful, sir, isn't it?" he said. "The best tiger man in Huntingdon. Hundreds of people come to see him, you know, hundreds. I take him all over the country, I do." "Yes, very interesting," I said. "Can I sit down?" "Yes, sir, of course. Here's a chair." He looked at me, smiling. "Would you like a glass of water, sir?" Yes, please, I said. Then I looked at the things in the dirty shop. There were 2 or 3 bad apples and some old black bananas, that was all. No. No, thank you. I'm all right, I said. Did you call the creature Melvin? That's right, sir. John Melvin. The best tiger man in Huntington. I take him all over the country, you know. Lots of people want to see him. Yes, I see. Do you get a lot of money? Well, sometimes we do, sir, yes. But it's difficult, you see, sir, because of the police. The police don't like us, you see, sir. So we can't stay in a town very long. We usually move every week. Yes, I see. Well, anyway, Mr. Silcock, sir. Martin Luther. Yes, well, Mr. Luther, I'm a doctor at the Huntington Hospital. My name is Dr. Henry. I think this man John Melvin is very interesting, and I would like to see him at the hospital. I want to look at him more carefully, you see. Yes sir, I see. But how can he get to the hospital? It's going to be difficult. Why, man? The hospital's not far from here. Well, yes, sir. I know. But, you see, Melvin can't walk very well. He needs help. You can come with him. Do you want more money? Is that it? Well, yes, sir, I do. But, you see, people are afraid of him too. In the road, little boys always run after him and hit him. Then the police get angry because people are afraid. Sometimes they take us to prison. I see, I said. Well, how can he come to the hospital, then? Bring a cab, sir, said Luther. You can take him to the hospital in a cab. So next day, at 7 o'clock, I came to the shop in a cab. There were not very many people in the road, because it was early in the morning. In November it is dark at 7 o'clock in the morning, and I could not see the shop very well. I waited 5 minutes. A postman walked past. Then the door of the shop opened, and the creature, Melvin, came out. I could not see his face or his body. He had an enormous black hat on his head, like a big box. A gray cloth came down from the hat, in front of his face. There was a hole in the cloth in front of his eyes. He could see out of the hole but I could not see in. He wore a long black coat, too. The coat began at his neck, and ended at his feet, so I could not see his arms, his body, or his legs. On his feet he wore big shoes, like old bags. He had a stick in his left hand, and he walked very slowly. I opened the door of the cab, and got out. "Good morning, Mr. Melvin," I said. "Can you get in?" "Help me up the steps," he said. "I'm sorry," I said. "I don't understand." For a minute he stood by the door of the cab and said nothing. Then he hit the cab with his stick. "Steps," he said loudly. "Help me up the steps." Then I understood. There were 3 steps up into the cab, and he could not get up them. "Yes, I see. I'm sorry," I said. "Let me help you." I took his left hand and began to help him. My right hand was behind his back. I felt very strange. His left hand was like a young woman's, but his back, under the coat, was horrible. I could feel the bags of old skin on his back under the coat. He put one enormous foot on the first step, and then he stopped. After a minute, he moved his second foot slowly. Then he stopped and waited again. "Hello, sir. Can I help you?" I looked behind me. It was the postman. And behind him, I could see 3 young boys. One of the boys laughed. The postman smiled. "Is the gentleman ill?" he asked. I thought quickly. Yes. But this is a lady, not a gentleman. I'm a doctor, and she's ill. Take her hand, so I can help her better. The postman took Melvin's left hand, and I helped him with two hands from behind. Slowly, very slowly, Melvin went up the steps and into the cab. One boy was very near the cab. He called to his friends. Come and see this, boys. A fat lady in a black coat. And look at that enormous hat. The boys laughed. They were very near the cab too. Now. I closed the door quickly. Thank you, I said to the postman. That's all right, sir, he said. She's a strange lady, sir, isn't she? She's ill, that's all, I said quickly. We're going to the hospital. Goodbye, and thank you. The cab drove down the road to the hospital. I looked at Melvin. That was difficult, wasn't it? I said. At first he said nothing, but then he spoke. His voice was very strange, but I listened to him carefully, and I could understand him. The steps were very difficult, he said. But most things are difficult for me. Yes, I said. Nothing is easy for you, is it? No, he said. He was very quiet for a minute. Then he said, Who are you, sir? Who am I? Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Dr. Henry. Here, this is my card. I gave him a card with my name on. Then I thought, that was no good. This man can't read. But Melvin took the card and looked at it very carefully. Then he put it in his trousers pocket. I did not talk to him very much at the hospital. I looked at his head and arms and legs and body very carefully. Then I wrote the important things about him in a little book. A nurse helped me. Melvin looked at her sometimes, but she did not smile at him or talk to him. I think she was afraid of him. I think Melvin was afraid too, because he was very quiet. At 4 o'clock I took him back to the shop in a cab. The next day I looked in the shop window again, but the picture was not there. I did not see Melvin again for 2 years. Then, one day, the police found him. He had my card in his hand, so they brought him to the Huntington Hospital. He was very tired, hungry, and dirty, so I put him to bed in a quiet little room. But he could not stay at the hospital. He was not ill, and of course the beds in the hospital are for ill people. We have no beds for hungry people, or ugly people. I told the hospital chairman, Mr. Cargom, about Melvin. He listened carefully, and then he wrote a letter to the editor of the Times newspaper. From the Times, December 4, 1886. A letter to the editor. Dear Sir, I am writing to you about a man in our hospital. He needs your help. His name is John Melvin, and he is 27 years old. He is not ill, but he cannot go out of the hospital because he is very, very ugly. Nobody likes to look at him, and some people are afraid of him. We call him the L Man. Two years ago, Melvin lived in a shop near the Huntington Hospital. For 2 pence, people could see him and laugh at him. One day Dr. Smith Henry, a hospital doctor, saw Melvin, brought him to this hospital, and looked at him carefully. Dr. Henry could not help Melvin, but he gave him his card. Then the shopkeeper, Luther, took Melvin to Belgium. A lot of people in Belgium wanted to see him, and so after a year Melvin had £50. But then Luther took Melvin's £50, left Melvin in Belgium, and went back to Huntington. Melvin came back to Huntington by himself. Everyone on the train and the ship looked at him, and laughed at him. In Huntington, the police put him in prison. But then they saw Dr. Henry's card, and brought Melvin to the Huntington Hospital. This man has no money, and he cannot work. His face and body are very, very ugly, so of course many people are afraid of him. But he is a very interesting man. He can read and write, and he thinks a lot. He is a good, quiet man. Sometimes he makes things with his hands and gives them to the nurses, because they are kind to him. He remembers his mother, and he has a picture of her. She was beautiful and kind, he says. But he never sees her now. She gave him to Luther a long time ago. Can the readers of the Times help us? This man is not ill, but he needs a home. We can give him a room at the hospital, but we need some money. Please write to me at the Huntingdon Hospital. Yours faithfully, K.N. King, Chairman of the Huntingdon Hospital. The readers of the Times are very kind people. They gave us a lot of money. After 1 week, we had £50,000, so Melvin could live in the hospital for all his life. We could give him a home. We gave Melvin 2 rooms at the back of the hospital. One room was a bathroom, so he could have a bath every day. Soon his skin was much better, and there was no horrible smell. The second room had a bed, table, and chairs. I visited him every day, and talked to him. He loved reading, and talking about books. At first he did not know many books, the Bible, and 1 or 2 newspapers, that's all. But I gave him some books of love stories, and he liked them very much. He read them again and again, and talked about them often. For him, the men and women in these books were alive, like you and me. He was very happy. But sometimes it was difficult for him. At first, 1 or 2 people in the hospital laughed at Melvin because he was ugly. Sometimes, they brought their friends to look at him. One day a new nurse came to the hospital, and nobody told her about Melvin. She took his food to his room, and opened the door. Then she saw him. She screamed, dropped the food on the floor, and ran out of the room. I was very angry with the nurse, and went to see Melvin. He was not happy about it, but he was not very angry. I think he felt sorry for the girl. People don't like looking at me. I know that, Dr. Henry, he said. They usually laugh or scream. Well, I don't want nurses to laugh at you, John, I said angrily. I want them to help you. Thank you, doctor, he said, in his strange slow voice. But it's not important. Everyone laughs at me. I understand that. I looked at him sadly. In his one good hand, his left hand, he had the little picture of his mother. He looked at the picture for a minute, and then put it by a flower on the table. A tear ran out of his eye and down the skin of his enormous, ugly face. Dr. Henry, he said, slowly. You and the nurses are very kind, and I'm very happy here. Thank you very much. But I know I can't stay here long, and I would like to live in a lighthouse, after the hospital, please. A lighthouse, or a home for blind people. I think those are the best places for me. What do you mean? I asked. Why? He did not look at me. He put the flower on the picture and looked at it carefully. Lighthouses have sea all round them, don't they? He said. Nobody could look at me in a lighthouse, so I would be happy there. And blind people can see nothing, so they couldn't see me, could they? But John, I said, this is your home. You live here now. You aren't going to leave the hospital. Not today, perhaps, he said. But soon. You're a kind man, Dr. Henry. But I can't stay here very long. I have no money. I smiled. John, I said. This is your home now. Don't you understand? You can stay here all your life. Very carefully, I told him about the letter to the Times, and the money. I don't think he understood at first, so I told him again. He was very quiet for a minute. Then he stood up, and walked up and down the room very quickly. A strange sound came from him, like laughing. I did not want Melvin to live by himself, like a man in a lighthouse. He read his books, and talked to me, but I wanted him to talk to more people. And I wanted him to talk to women. Melvin read about women in his books, but he did not often talk to women. He met the nurses every day, but they did not talk to him very much. For them, he was always a creature, not a man. One day, one of my friends, a beautiful young woman, came to the hospital. I told her about Melvin, and took her to his room. She opened the door, and smiled at him. "Good morning, Mr. Melvin," she said. Then she shook his hand. Melvin looked at her for a minute with his mouth open. Then he sat down on his bed, with his head in his hand, and cried. He cried for nearly 5 minutes. The tears ran down his face, between his fingers, and onto the floor. My friend sat on the bed beside him and put her hand on his arm. She said nothing, but she smiled at him and shook his hand again before she left. "Dr. Henry," he said to me that night. "That lady was wonderful. My mother smiled at me once, many years ago, but no women smile at me now. But this lady smiled at me too, and she shook my hand. A beautiful lady smiled at me and shook my hand." My young lady friend came again the next week, and talked to Melvin for half an hour. The week after that, she came again with a friend. They gave him some books, and had a cup of tea with him. It was wonderful for him. For the first time in his life, he had some friends. He was a very happy man. He sat in his room, and read his books, and said no more about living on a lighthouse. People began to read about Melvin in the newspapers, so he had a lot of visitors. Everybody wanted to see him. A lot of important ladies and gentlemen visited him. They smiled at him, shook his hand, and gave him books. Melvin liked talking to these people, and he began to forget about his ugly body. His visitors never laughed at him. He began to feel like a man, not a creature. One wonderful day, a very important lady came to the hospital to visit him. I met the lady, and took her to his room. Then I opened the door, and smiled at him. "Good morning, John," I said. "There is a new visitor to see you today. A very famous lady." Melvin stood up beside his table. He did not smile, because his face could not smile, but his eyes looked happy. "That's good," he said. "Who is it?" I moved away from the door, and the visitor walked in. "Your Majesty, this is John Melvin," I said. "John, this is Her Majesty, Queen Mlia, the Queen of Huntingdon." Queen Mlia smiled at him. "How do you do, Mr. Melvin?" she said. "I'm very pleased to meet you." Then she shook his hand. Melvin did not move. For nearly half a minute he stood and looked at her with his mouth open. Then he spoke, in his strange, slow voice. How do you do, Your Majesty?" he said. But I don't think the Queen understood him, because he tried to get down on his knees at the same time. It was very difficult for him, because of his enormous legs. "No, please, Mr. Melvin, do get up," said the Queen. "I would like to talk to you. Can we sit at your table?" Yes, of course," he said. They sat at the table. She took his left hand, the good hand, in hers. She looked at the hand carefully, and then smiled at Melvin again. "I often read about you in the newspapers," she said. "You are a very interesting man, Mr. Melvin. You have a very difficult life, but people say you're happy. Is it true? Are you happy now?" "Oh, yes, Your Majesty, yes," said Melvin. "I'm a very happy man. I have a home here now, and friends, and my books. I'm happy every hour of the day." "What a wonderful story," she said. I'm very pleased to hear it. Now, tell me about your reading. I see you have a lot of books here. Oh, yes, Your Majesty. I love my books, said Melvin. And for nearly half an hour they sat and talked about books. The Queen gave him a little book, and some red flowers, before she left. After her visit, Melvin began to sing. He could not sing easily, of course, because of his mouth, but all that day there was a strange, happy noise in his room. He looked at the flowers carefully, and put them on his table. He had many visits from the Queen, and at Christmas she sent him a Christmas card. The present was a picture of Queen Leah, with her name on it. Melvin cried over it, and put it carefully by the bed in his room. Then he sat down and wrote a letter to the Queen. It was the first letter of his life. The Huntingdon Hospital. 24 RD Nov 1887. My dear Queen. Thank you very, very much for your wonderful card and the beautiful picture. It is best thing in my room, the very best, the most beautiful thing I have. This is the first Christmas present. Perhaps I had a Christmas with my mother once, but I do not remember it. I have my mother's picture too, and she is beautiful, like you. But now I know many famous ladies and kind people like you. But Dr. Henry, and I am a very happy man. I am happy too because I am going to see you in New Year. Happy Christmas to you, my dear friend. With all my love, John Melvin. Melvin had a lot of friends now, but he was more like a child than a man. He could read about things, and talk to his visitors, but he could not go out of the hospital by himself. He thought and played like a child. After Christmas, he wanted to go to the theater. This was very difficult, because I did not want the people in the theater to see him. But a kind lady from the theater, Mrs. Kendall, helped us. We bought tickets for a box at the side of the theater. We went to the theater in a cab with dark windows, and we went into the theater by a door at the back, the Queen's door. Nobody saw us. 3 nurses sat at the front of the box, and Melvin and I sat in the dark behind them. Nobody in the theater could see us, but we could see the play. It was a children's Christmas play. Melvin loved it. It was a most wonderful, exciting story. Often he laughed, and sometimes he tried to sing like the children in the theater. He was like a child. For him, everything in the story was true. Once he was very afraid, because the bad man in the play was angry and had a knife. At first Melvin wanted to leave the theater, but I stopped him. Then he was very angry with this bad man in the play. He hit his hand on his chair, and stood up and talked to the man. But nobody heard him. When the bad man went to prison, Melvin laughed. Melvin thought the beautiful young lady in the play was wonderful. He wanted to talk to her too. At the end of the play he was very happy because she married a good young man. He remembered this play for a long time, and he talked a lot about the people in it. What do you think they did after we left? He asked me. Where do the young lady and the young man live? What are they doing now? I don't know, I said. Perhaps they live in the country. Melvin thought about this for a long time. Then he said, Dr. Henry, can I go to the country, please? I saw the country once from a train, but I never went there. I often read about it in books. It's very beautiful, isn't it? I would like to see it. The visit to the theater was difficult, but a visit to the country was more difficult. But again, one of his new friends helped us. She had a small house in the country, and Melvin could stay in it for the summer, she said. I took Melvin to the country in a train with dark windows, so nobody could see him. Then we went in a cab to the country house. There were a lot of trees near the house, but no people lived near it. A countryman brought food to the house every day, but no people came near it. I stayed with him that night. At night, it was very dark and quiet. In the morning, hundreds of birds sang in the trees, and everything outside the house was green. Melvin walked under the big trees, looking at things happily, and singing his strange song. I went back to Huntington, but Melvin stayed there for 6 weeks. He was wonderfully happy. Every week, he wrote me a letter. Apple Tree House, West Wickham, Berkshire. 19th of June 1888. Dear Drive Henry, I had a wonderful day again today. It was very warm, so I walked under the trees and sat by a stream. The water in the stream made a beautiful noise, like singing. Did you know that? I listened to it for 2 hours. Lots of little birds came near me. One had a red body in front, and a brown back. I gave it some bread, and it sat on my hand. A lot of birds are my friends now. I watched the fish in the stream, too. They were very exciting, because they moved very fast. 1 minute they were there, and the next minute I couldn't see them. But I waited quietly, and they always came back. I put my hand in the water, but I couldn't touch them. I met a big dog yesterday. It made a very loud noise, but I was not afraid. I sat down quietly and looked at it, and it came and smelt my hand. I saw it again today, and gave it some bread. It likes me now. I am going to put some flowers from the country in this letter. There are hundreds of flowers here. Did you know that? I like the little blue ones best, but they are all beautiful. I have lots of them in my room. I give them water every morning. Little flowers are very thirsty, you know. I am very happy here, Doctor, but I want to see you again soon, too. With love from your friend, John Melvin. At the end of the summer he came back to Huntington. He was very well, and his skin looked much better. He talked about the country a lot, but he was happy to see his friends and his books again, too. I am going to put some flowers from the country in this letter. There are hundreds of flowers here. Did you know that? I like the little blue ones best, but they are all beautiful. I have lots of them in my room. I give them water every morning. Little flowers are very thirsty, you know. I am very happy here, Doctor, but I want to see you again soon, too. With love from your friend, John Melvin. At the end of the summer he came back to Huntington. He was very well, and his skin looked much better. He talked about the country a lot, but he was happy to see his friends. My name is Richard and this is my story. I'm working as a service crew on fast food Pizza Hut. I am a working student now, because my parents doesn't have a money to support my study. That's why I need to work to finish my degree. So, today I'm gonna tell you my struggles in life. I have 5 siblings. I'm the 3rd. My father is machine operator and my mother is a flower vendor. We're living in a small town. I've graduated on elementary, just coffee on breakfast. Walking long distance to reach school. Not even experience to buy shoes. Using donated notebooks from government. And using old school uniform of my cousins. My parents don't have money to buy our needs. Their salary is so small, not even enough to buy us food. After the graduation, I decided to live in our grandparents' house in city for high school. My sister is on senior high that time and I'm freshman. During the vacation, I helped my grandmother to plant roses. And she said she will buy a uniform, shoes and other school needs for me. That's the first time I wear new. The first day of class. One of my classmates asked me, "What planet do you came from?" I said Earth. But they all laughed at me. It takes time for me to realize, what does it mean? They are insulting me about my shoes. They are all in black shoes but I'm in red. I thought I can wear rubber shoes that time. I felt so shy, so I told it to my grandmother and returned. Where we bought it and get a black shoes for me. Every weekend is me, and my grandmother picking up a roses from their farm and making a bouquet of it. And every Sunday, I go with her to sell it. She gave 35% of the sale for me and for my sister's allowance. Second year high school. When my sister graduated a high school, my mother came to attend graduate. My sister don't have a plan to go on college, because she knew that we have no money to support her on college. So she planned to go to job. My sister hired as a company worker that time. My mother talked to us that night. She said that she thinks my father have a mistress. I was shocked that time, and she said our father is always coming late and didn't give her money, and sometimes it takes a week before he go back to home. Our neighbors said that they saw my father with another woman every night. I was able to cry on what I heard. After a few days of staying on my grandparents' house, my mother go back to her hometown. 2013 and I'm third year high school. We are in the middle selling roses when my grandmother says that she's not feeling well. She hold her paunch and I think that's really hurt to make her cry. When we got home, we go to a faith healer with my auntie. My grandma feels alright that time. Months have passed and we noticed that my grandmother is so skinny. I was not able to sleep that night, because my grandmother is crying. She said that she will going to die, because of the stomach pain. We decided to go hospital that night. After checking up, my grandmother feels well and go to sleep. My auntie called my grandfather and me to go outside the ward. She was crying and hugged my grandfather. She said that my grandmother has a colon cancer. No words came out from my grandfather and we started to cry. Weeks, months have passed and my grandmother can't talk, can't see, can't move, totally comatose. We don't have money to pay bills on the hospital, so we sell small in our backyard. That's not enough for the bills, so my auntie went to the city government to get help.
We take my grandma back to home. Because we don't have money to pay for the hospital bills. Only oxygen supports my grandmother to live. If Terry's no oxygen she will die. She can't eat. So Terry's a tube put into her nose to be able to eat and drink. When they planned to pull out the oxygen, because we don't have money to refill the oxygen tank. There's no chance for my grandma to live longer. Reason is her foot turns black and a liquid coming into it. Half of my grandma's body is dead, only the oxygen support her to breathe. My all relatives was there crying, and watched my grandmother to pass away. We can't do anything, just accept and cry. When God took my grandmother from us, we are very thankful to our relatives, who help us. On the first day my auntie and I picked up roses and make a book of it. I put the roses on my grandmother's casket. 'Cause she really loves roses. I can't wait to see my family that time. I saw my younger siblings and my mother, but I never see my father. My sister called me on phone and she said she's on the way. I go outside the house and I saw a boy and girl walking. I thought my sister has a boyfriend that time. But when they nearly I was shocked on what I saw. My sister is like a boy with a Mohawk-style haircut. The first thing that came from my mind, that my sister is a lesbian and the girl is her girlfriend. And I'm right. My sister asked me, where is our grandmother? I said inside. They go inside the house and go to my grandmother's casket. Lately I go inside the house and sit on the chair. I saw my mother talking to my sister, and she's very angry. Lately I ask them where is our father. My younger brother speak, and he said that our father is no longer a member of our family now. Our father sells our house without our consents, and take all the money and go with other woman. When I graduated in high school, my mother didn't come, so my auntie attend on ceremony. Vacation that time. We continue to sell roses. I'm the one who pick the roses, and my auntie sells them. Dinner, that time, when my auntie said, I will stop to go on college because we don't have enough budget for that. I really understand our situation, so I agreed. But, she said, she will apply to work abroad like our cousins, who is working abroad, so she will help me for college. I decided to apply to KFC that time and I got hired. Terry's a good person also working on KFC as a service crew. That time his name is Mark. He's so friendly and good. We became friends on the first day. He taught me on how to do our job. 1 month have passed, and I didn't get any problem on our friendship. One day, he asked, why I do not have a girlfriend. I said, I'm ugly, that's the main reason. He just laughed. Just kidding. I said, I finally found a best friend on him. He always treat me foods. Street foods. I'm turning 3 months, that time on KFC, and I have noticed something awkward to Mark, because he's always looking at my underscore down there. I don't know, what does he mean? I tried to ask him about my curiosity, but I just ignore it. I think he is a gay, but never mind. I am 3 days leave on work, so I decided go visit on our house. My father sold our house, so we are renting until now. When I'm on our house, I saw my younger brother with green-eyed. I thought it was sore eyes, so I prefer not to look at his eyes. I bought food for my younger siblings. I grabbed it and gave it to them. Lately I talked to my mother. I asked her about my brother's sore eyes. And she said it's not a sore eyes, your brother is smoking. What? I have tried to wait for my brother to come to talk to him, but it's already late. Transportation is a shit on our town. After leave it's work time. I have go to work early, because I want to tell Mark about what happened on my brother and talk to him. Our manager planned to go outing, because she wants to treat us on her birthday. It's taking too long, so I have to make it short. On our way back, we have a bus service. Mark said he will sit beside me that time. On the way, I felt so tired and sleepy. I think it's 3 a.m. I turned to sleep. I don't know what's happening around me. Lately I thought I was dreaming. It feels so. When I opened my eyes, I saw Mark's hands inside of my pants, and grabbing I pull out his hand and put my belt up. My heart is beating so fast that time, Terry's no words came out from my mouth. I stand up and go to driver's side very quick. I go to work, but I did not see him. Days are past, but Terry's no Mark working on fast food. My coworker says that Mark resigns. I tried to go to his house, but I don't have a face to show, because of what happened. The last time I saw him is when he returned his working uniform on fast food. And we don't talk anymore. My contract to KFC ended. I don't have a plan to renew it. When I applied to Pizza Hut and now, I'm still working as a service with my new friends.
The police arrived very quickly. There were a lot of them. Some of them with cameras went upstairs to Marie's room. 2 detectives talked to Dr. Pratt in the kitchen. The family waited in the sitting room. It was a hot day again and the windows were open. The dogs sat quietly at Lori's feet. Nobody talked. Jordan smoked. They waited for a long time. Suddenly the door opened and the 2 detectives came in. "Good morning. I am Detective Inspector Smith and this is Henry." The inspector did not smile. He was a big man in an old black suit and a black hat and coat. He wore a coat because he always felt cold. "Last night someone put sleeping tablets in Mrs. Carl's hot milk. We are going to question everybody, and we need a room, please." A lot of police arrived very quickly. Roy stood up. "I'm Roy Carl. You can have my father's old office. Come with me, it's along here." The office was not a very big room, but there was a table and 3 or 4 chairs. Roy opened the window. "I would like to talk first to your uncle, Philip King," Inspector Smith said. He took off his hat and coat and sat down behind the table. "Of course," said Roy and left the room. Henry waited by the door. He was a very tall young man with black hair and a nice smile. He was not very happy this morning because he usually played tennis on Sunday mornings. He was one of the best players at the Ford Tennis Club. Philip came in and sat down. "I'm going to ask some questions, Mr. King," the inspector said, "and Sergeant Foster is going to write it all down." Philip looked at his feet. Yes. It's your job. I know that. Tell me about last night," Inspector Smith asked quietly. "You were angry with Mrs. Carl." Henry is going to write it all down. Philip looked at Inspector Smith for the first time. "Yes, I was. Everyone was angry. Roy was angry. Lori wanted money to go to America. Then there's a man called Tom Oliver. He wants half the garden for his farm. Marie was a rich woman. I need money because my wife Sophia, Marie's sister, is very ill. I told Marie this. What happened next? Well, Marie was angry with everyone and went upstairs. We went into the kitchen for coffee. Jordan wanted everyone to go up and say goodnight to Marie. She lives here with Marie, so she wanted Marie to be happy. At first Roy said no. He was angry and didn't want to see his mother. And did you see Marie in her room? Yes. I was tired and I went upstairs first. I went to Marie's room and asked her for money again. But no, there was no money for her sister. Philip stopped and put his hand over his eyes. Inspector Smith watched Philip for a minute. Did you hear noises after you went to bed? Everyone went into Marie's room to say goodnight, I think. Later, I heard someone. He, or she, went downstairs. That was about midnight. Very well, Mr. King. Thank you, you can go now. Philip left the room. Inspector Smith put his hands behind his head. What time is it? I'm hungry. We're learning a lot, but I need some coffee. Shall I go to the kitchen? Henry asked. Oh, no. Later. Let's see Jordan Carl next. Jordan came in and sat down. She looked down at her hands and said nothing. "We found the empty bottle of your mother's sleeping tablets in Lori's room," the inspector said suddenly. Then he waited. Jordan's face did not change and she said nothing. "Tell me, did your mother get her tablets from the shop in the village?" "Yes. My mother usually took a sleeping tablet every night, so she needed a lot of tablets. Sometimes she got them from the shop, sometimes I did. On Thursday, I asked Joe Hobbs to get them. He lives in the house across the road, and he often goes to the village on his bicycle." "I see. Your mother wanted to stay in this house. How about you? Did you want to move?" Jordan looked up for a minute and then down at her hands again. "This is Mother's house. I loved my mother. She was good to me." "Did you see your mother in her room last night?" "Yes, everyone did. Lori made hot milk and took it to Mother. She usually drank a cup of hot milk before she slept." Inspector Smith put his hands behind his head. Jordan was very quiet. "What did your mother say?" Jordan opened her bag and looked for a cigarette. "Can I smoke?" "Of course. This is your house," Inspector Smith said. He watched Jordan. "What did your mother say?" he asked again. "She wanted to go downstairs again. She remembered the dogs, she wanted to get some dinner for them. I went to my room and she went downstairs." "What time was this?" "I don't remember. About midnight, I think." "And the cup of hot milk?" "It was on the table by her bed." "Did you need your mother's money?" "No, Inspector. Money is not important to me. There are more important things." Jordan said quietly. "Well, your Uncle Philip wanted money. Tom Oliver wanted the garden. You wanted nothing?" Jordan finished her cigarette and looked up at the inspector. Her eyes were suddenly angry. "Don't forget Joe Hobbs. He lost his job because of my mother. He wanted to kill her, you know. And what about Lori? You found the empty bottle in her bag." Inspector Smith listened carefully. "We're going to question everyone, Miss Carl." Jordan said nothing for a minute. "Would you like some sandwiches and coffee, Inspector?" "Ah. Yes, please." Inspector Smith said warmly. "I would like sandwiches and coffee very much." Jordan left the room. Inspector Smith thought about her. Why was she suddenly angry? The room was quiet. After the coffee and sandwiches, Inspector Smith called Roy Carl to the office. Roy came in and sat down. The inspector began at once. "Now, Mr. Carl. Why was your mother angry with you last night?" "This house is very big," Roy said. "It was a lot of work for Mother. I wanted her to move. But no, she loved this house and garden. She didn't want to move." "Tell me about your job, Mr. Carl. Your mother is dead and now you're rich. Do you need money?" "I need money, that's true." Roy's face was suddenly afraid. "What are you saying? I didn't kill my mother. I need money, that's true. A friend and I want to build 10 houses here, in this garden. We can get a lot of money for them. So I wanted Mother to sell this house. It's true. But Mr. Oliver wanted half the garden, too, you know, for his farm." Inspector Smith moved a pencil on the table. "Tell me, what happened upstairs? You went to your mother's room?" "Yes, I did. I wanted to say goodnight to my mother." "Did you talk about the house again?" "Yes, I did. Again, she said no. She loved the house and didn't want to sell it. Inspector Smith watched Roy for a minute. I see. We found the empty bottle of sleeping tablets, Mr. Carl, in Lori's room. Roy's face did not change. Oh? Someone put them there. Lori did not kill my mother, I know that. She found the body. Very well. I would like to see Lori next. Roy got up and left the room. Inspector Smith stood up and put his hands in his pockets. He went to the window and looked out at the trees. Why was Roy Carl afraid? Was it important? He looked at Henry. Tomorrow morning, go to Mr. Carl's office, you have the name, he said. Ask some questions about him, about his job, friends, money. Henry wrote it down. Yes, Inspector. A good day for tennis, Henry? Henry laughed. Don't say that. It's not easy, you know. I don't like sitting here looking at the sun. Lori came into the room and sat down. She looked at Henry and smiled. I saw you at the tennis club last month, I think. You play very well. Henry's face went red. Inspector Smith looked at him. Oh yes. A fast and exciting player is Henry. Lori smiled again at Henry and his face went redder. Well, Miss Carl, Inspector Smith said, I want you to talk about last night. Lori stopped smiling. Oh, I can talk about last night. I can't stop talking about it. We were all angry. Mother went to bed early and I made hot milk for her. We were all in the kitchen, and Joe Hobbs came in. He nearly broke the back door down. Lori stopped. Yes? He was very angry about a letter. He wanted to kill Mother. Are you going to talk to him? We're going to talk to everyone. Good. Tom Oliver came into the kitchen, too. Are you going to talk to him? Joe Hobbs was very angry about a letter. I'm asking the questions, Miss Carl. When did you take the milk upstairs? I went up after Roy. She stopped for a minute. Then she began again. I didn't like my mother, Inspector. She killed my father, you know. Last winter, after Christmas, she drove the car into a tree and killed my father. Inspector Smith watched Lori's face carefully. I see. So you wanted to kill your mother? Lori laughed. I wanted to kill her, but I didn't. I can tell you a lot of things about this family, Inspector. Everyone wanted Mother to die. Uncle Philip wanted her money for his wife, Sophia. And then my brother. He needs a lot of money. He has an expensive house and an expensive car. And think of Jordan. Do you know that Jordan didn't like Mother? A long time ago, a nice boy worked here. He was the gardener. Jordan loved him very much, but Mother said no. A gardener was not a good husband for a Carl girl. Inspector Smith listened quietly. All this was very interesting, but was it important? Perhaps. What a happy family the Carls were. We found the empty bottle of sleeping tablets in your room, Inspector Walsh said quietly. He watched her face carefully. Lori stood up suddenly, her face angry. What? I didn't put it there. I'm not going to listen to this. She ran out of the room. Well, Inspector Smith said. She likes you, Henry. You need to be careful. Henry laughed, but his face went red again. Someone put sleeping tablets in Marie's hot milk, the inspector said. All the family were in the kitchen last night. Joe Hobbs and Tom Oliver were there, too. One of them killed Marie. Inspector Smith got his hat and coat. Come on. We need to talk to Joe Hobbs and Tom Oliver. Let's get some more coffee first. I'd like a sandwich, too. I'm hungry. Again. They found Joe Hobbs under his car, an old green car. He got up slowly. He wore old blue trousers and a dirty orange shirt. "We want to talk about Mrs. Carl," Inspector Smith said. "Oh, it's about her," Joe said. He looked at the inspector. "I know she's dead. Someone in the village told me." "Why did you go to the Carl's house last night?" "Jordan wanted me to come and see her brother, Roy." "You're angry," she said. "Come and tell Roy." "I went to the house but nobody opened the door. So I made a lot of noise and then they opened the door. Old Mrs. Carl wasn't there. But I told Roy. I told them all." Joe hit the car with his hand. "I wanted to kill that woman. I lost my job, my first job, because of her. Last month I was in trouble with the police and that old woman wrote to my office and she told them about the police. I wanted to kill her." "Take it easy," Inspector Smith said. "What happened next?" "I wanted to kill that woman. Jordan gave me some coffee, but her brother didn't listen to me," Joe said. Angrily. Then Tom Oliver came in. He wanted to talk to Roy, too. But Roy didn't listen to him. Jordan was very unhappy, she nearly cried. "Then I went home. That's all." "I see. Now tell me about the tablets. You went to the village on Thursday?" "Tablets? Oh, yes. I remember. Jordan wanted me to get her mother's tablets. From the village. I go to the village on my bicycle, this car doesn't work." "Thank you, Joe." "That's all." "That's all?" Joe laughed angrily. "You're going to come back, I know that. I know the police." Tom Oliver Farm was about half a mile away, near the river. It was not a big farm, and the house was old and dirty. "Not much money here," Inspector Smith said. Tom Oliver was a young man, about 30 years old, with dirty hands and bad teeth. "What's wrong?" "Excuse me, I'm eating my dinner," he said. "We can wait." "Finish your dinner," Inspector Smith said. "We want to ask one or two questions about last night." "Come and wait in the front room," Tom said and opened the door. Inspector Smith looked at the things in the front room. There was an old black and white television, and some books on the table. There was a picture of a happy young girl with long brown hair on the table, too. Inspector Smith looked at the picture for a long time. Who was the girl? Tom Oliver came back into the front room. "Finished?" Inspector Smith asked. "You know Mrs. Carl is dead?" Tom Oliver sat down suddenly on the nearest chair. "What? How did she die? When did it happen?" "I was there last night." "She died last night or early this morning. What did you do last night?" "Me? Why are you asking me? I went there to meet Mr. Carl, Roy. I'm losing money on this farm and I need more land. I want half Mrs. Carl's garden." "You went into the kitchen. What did you do next? Can you remember?" Tom Oliver looked at Henry and then back at Inspector Walsh. "I remember it very well. All the family were in the kitchen. Joe Hobbs was there, too. I talked to Roy. He wants his mother to sell the house. But he wants the land. He doesn't want me to have it. But now Mrs. Carl is dead. What's going to happen now?" Inspector Smith got up and took the picture of the girl from the table. "Who's this?" Tom's face went red. "It's not, it was a long time ago." Tom's face went red. Who? Oh. That's a friend. It's not, it was a long time ago. The two detectives walked back to the Carl's house through the garden. It was beautiful, green and quiet. Inspector Smith felt tired and hungry. Who killed Murray? He knew the answer now, but he needed to ask one or two more questions. Let's go, Sergeant, he said, and put on his hat again. Tomorrow is a new day. Enter your text H. On Monday morning Henry went to Roy's office and asked some questions. And then he went to Philip's house and asked some more questions. Inspector Smith sat in his office and telephoned. He made phone calls about Joe Hobbs and he made phone calls about Tom Oliver. And then he had some coffee and sandwiches. At 3 o'clock the two detectives drove to the Carl's house. The two detectives drove to the Carl's house. I would like to see everyone, he told Roy. Everyone came into the sitting room and sat down. Inspector Smith stood in front of the windows and looked at them, one by one. I want to talk to you. Someone killed Marie Carl. Someone put sleeping tablets in her hot milk and killed her. Nobody wanted to tell me the true story, but now I know the true story and I'm going to tell you. The two dogs came slowly into the room and sat down at Laurie's feet. It was very quiet in the room. The inspector looked at Philip. Mr. King, your wife is very ill and needs a nurse. You told me this. You didn't tell me about your house. You're selling your house next month because you need the money. Philip was angry. Last year I asked Marie's husband for some money, and he said yes. But then he died in an accident. Accident? Laurie cried. That was no accident. Mother killed Daddy because she wanted his money. Let's talk about you now, Laurie, said Inspector Walsh. You visited your mother every month and you took money from her. Last month she gave you money for your television. This month she gave you money for your telephone. Every month. You told your mother, it was no accident, you killed Daddy. I'm going to tell the police. Your mother was afraid of the police and so she gave you the money. But in the end she wanted to stop you. Now I know the true story. She told Dr. Pratt. No more money, she told Dr. Pratt on Thursday, and on Saturday she died. You took the hot milk to your mother, what did she tell you? Laurie began to cry. I love Daddy. He always gave money to me, he loved me. It was Mother, she didn't love Daddy and she didn't love me. Laurie stopped. The dogs got up and went to the door. It's true, I took a lot of money from Mother. On Saturday she told me, no more money. I wanted to kill her, but I didn't. The dogs came back and sat down again at Laurie's feet. Inspector Smith looked at Roy. Mr. Carl also needed money. Roy's face went red. Don't tell them. Please. Mr. Carl lost his job last month. He has no money. But he has an expensive house and an expensive car. He likes expensive things. His sisters looked at him, but Roy put his hand over his eyes. Don't talk to me. It doesn't matter now. Laurie said. Mother is dead and we have a lot of money. You don't need a job. Roy's face went red again. Be quiet, Laurie. Now, Inspector Smith began again. Joe Hobbs is a very angry young man. Mrs. Carl was not very nice to him. He got the sleeping tablets from the shop. But did he put the tablets in the hot milk? I think not. Tom Oliver wanted half the garden for his farm. He was in the kitchen that night. Did he put sleeping tablets in the hot milk? I think not. Suddenly it began to rain. For a minute everyone watched it through the window. Jordan took a cigarette from her bag and began to smoke. But someone wanted Joe Hobbs to come into the kitchen that night. She wanted everyone to see him, and listen to him, Inspector Smith said. She? I don't understand, Roy began, and stopped. Inspector Smith moved away from the window and sat down. I'm going to tell you the true story now. Miss Carl, you wanted Joe Hobbs to come to the house that night. He was very angry with your mother because of that letter. He said, I want to kill her. And you wanted everyone to hear that. Why? Jordan's face went white. It's not true. What about Lori? You found the empty bottle in her bag. Lori stood up. In my bag? Jordan. What are you talking about? Be quiet, please, and sit down, Inspector Smith said. He looked at Jordan. It's true, we found the bottle in Lori's bag. But how do you know that? We didn't tell you. You did. Before. You told me before. No. We found the empty bottle in Lori's room. Jordan asked, what about Lori? You found the empty bottle in her bag. We told you that. You talked about Lori's bag, we didn't tell you. Sergeant Foster wrote it all down. Inspector Smith looked carefully at Jordan. A long time ago, you knew Tom Oliver. He was the gardener here and you loved him. But your mother didn't like him. Jordan put her hands to her head. No. No. We found your picture, an old one, in Mr. Oliver's house. You were younger then, and your hair was long. Last year Tom Oliver came back, and you wanted him. He loved you, too, but he had no money. He wanted the garden for his farm, he wanted money, he wanted you. But your mother said no. In the end, you wanted to kill your mother. And you did kill her. Your mother went downstairs to see the dogs. And you put the sleeping tablets in her hot milk. Later, you put the empty bottle in Lori's bag. Jordan stood up. Her eyes were dark and afraid. You don't understand. She cried. Mother gave me nothing, all those years. I wanted to be happy, to be with Tom. That's all. I love Tom, and he loves me. But Mother said no. Always no. Then she began to cry. Nobody looked at her. Jordan left the house in a police car. Inspector Smith watched and then walked slowly to his car. He felt tired and hungry. He stopped and looked back at the house. Well, he said to Henry, in the end, they got the money, Philip, Roy, Lori. They're all rich now. But are they going to be happy? He got into the car. Let's go, he said. I'm hungry, I need a sandwich.
Hansika was now alone in the house. Hansika should have been crying, but she was not. Hansika should have been shocked, but she was not. At least, she should have been angry, but she was not. She was sitting in the drawing room on their plush, brown leather sofa, her head tilted on the headrest of the sofa, and eyes closed. She opened her eyes, and took a long look at the photo frame that decorated the wall. It was a beautiful black and white pencil sketch of Sham and herself in their wedding clothes, and underneath was the trademark signature of Rose. The feeling was sinking in, and, unknowingly, a smile braced her lips as she typed "plan successful" and sent it to one of the numbers on her speed dial list. Sham drove his white bike rather speedily through the heavy morning traffic of Delhi, ignoring the shoutings and abuses of his fellow drivers and passerby, and at the same time avoiding the pits, which seemed to be emerging suddenly on the road as pimples would on a teenager's face. He glanced at his watch as he drove through the parking lot of his office, and saw he was late by half-hour, thanks to the cashier in the bank coming late. After a quick search for his boss's car in the basement parking, and partly relieved on not finding it, he rushed towards the lift to his second-floor office. "Good morning, where is our boss? He has gone to the site directly and is doubtful of coming today." Perfect day, thought Sham as he revolved in his office chair. As he completed the circle, his eyes fell on the gold-plated pen stand on his desk with a photo of Hinsik AA, and him standing hand in hand with the backdrop of Taj Mahal, the monument of love, embossed on it. Rose had gifted it in their 3rd anniversary. "Sir, you have a visitor," informed the receptionist. As the visitor left, he scooped out his mobile from his pocket, and wrote "plan successful" and pressed the send button. One month back, on a winter afternoon, Hansika was devouring both the delicious cuisine and the flattery of her friends for picking such an exotic restaurant for her lunch treat, when Joseph had walked not only through the doors of the restaurant but, once again, also of her heart. Hello and a formal introduction to all her friends, and exchange of mobile number, before parting, had rekindled their college love affair again. Their affair had been the talk of the town, and so had been their breakup. It was not the breakup, but the way they broke up, by Hansika walking right up to the stage, after Joseph's solo dance performance ended, and slapping him hard in front of the whole college after she had found out he was two-timing her. 5 years after, beginning with simple exchange of apologies for past actions, the relation had reached a point where even weekend separations, and not being able to meet, had begun to be unbearable for both. Joseph's romantic and flirtatious nature was filling her life with youthfulness and energy, passion and love, which had become mundane and lifeless after marriage to the pragmatic and modest Sham. Sham had always wanted a more homely and demure wife rather than a domineering and independent woman like Hansik AA. But when his father had apprised him of his marriage with his friend's daughter Hansik AA, he had hardly any courage to decline. Though good-natured, Hansika had been impulsive from the beginning of their marital life. Still, he was trying to cope up as much when Alexa had entered his life. She was just the opposite of Hansik AA, and a perfect complement for him. He had met Alexa at a party, and he would not have noticed her, had Hansika not introduced her as her college friend. As they had got talking, Sham had wondered how such strikingly opposite personalities can be friends. Initially, Sham had been wary to Alexa's calls and messages. After all, she was Hansika's friend. But her warmth and concern had made way in his heart slowly, but steadily, even without his knowledge, and it further added fuel to fire, when many a times they were alone in each other's company, when Hansika had to opt out last minute of their lunch and dinner plans. It was Joseph's idea. Hansika had been reluctant for divorce. She had never thought of divorcing Sham, and as much as she enjoyed being with Joseph, she never wanted to forego the lavish lifestyle, which Joseph could never afford. But Joseph was persistent. "I love you, darling, and don't want you to be with him. Once you divorce him, we will get married." "I love you too, but why are you so adamant for divorce?" But why would he? His likes, dislikes, choices, favorites, everything, and secondly introduce him to Alexa. It was Alexa's advice. Alexa had never mentioned, before, that she wanted to marry him, and so when unexpectedly she expressed her desire, Sham was taken aback. But what if Hansika refused to give divorce? Alexa had pointed to particular news in the morning newspaper, which she had bought along with her to their luncheon, wherein the wife of a famous Bollywood actor had filed divorce case, and the reason being rumored was the actor's extramarital affair with an upcoming model. If only Hansik AA could be involved in an affair, the divorce can be mutual, and Alexa had the perfect person for the job. Her wannabe actor friend, Joseph. Joseph was exhilarated to see the signed divorce papers of Hansika and Sham. There was a special thrill on the success of this plan, which matched none of the earlier ones. He had Hansika's jewelry in one hand, and her debit card in another hand. He smiled as he recalled Hansika's face when he had demanded the money. Alexa's mouth had to be shut if their plan had to be successful. "If she tells everything to Sham, then we will be in serious trouble," he had said. In another half hour, Alexa would also be joining him with more cash from Sham, and, as they would flee out of Delhi in search of another target, Hansika and Sham would be waiting eternally for their long-lost lovers. Hansika was suddenly brought to the present by the doorbell. She glanced at the watch, and realized she was lost in her thoughts for a long time. It must be him. She opened the door, and he took her in his arms and whispered, "Our plan has been successful, the husband-wife duo has been arrested." "May I come in?" "But Hansik AA, all the credit goes to you. Had you not informed that Joseph was your college friend, and given more details about him, we would never have been able to trap him and Alexa," said Prakash as he put down the empty teacup and reached for his favorite biscuit. "And how do you forget the chance meeting of Joseph in the restaurant? poor guy could never have guessed that the chance meeting took more than 10 chances in 10 different restaurants, chipped in Sham. Although his appearance had changed, I recognized him the minute I saw his photo in Rose's mobile. Rose was not only Sham's sister but my best friend too. How could I have let someone escape who had destroyed Rose's life, and not only Rose but many other lives? But at some point, I was scared. If all that Joseph and Alexa wanted was money, why did they persuade for divorce? Actually, Sham, Joseph or Alexa never persuaded for divorce in other cases. But here it was a case of personal vengeance for Joseph against Hansig AA. He wanted to avenge her for the humiliation he suffered in college. To quote his words, more than money, I wanted to shatter her, destroy her. I would never have ended the whole plan without her divorce from Sham.
Amy is 16 years old. She works in a store, in the little town of Wales. Amy likes books and she likes her work. But after work she likes to act in plays with the Wales players. The Wales players do 6 plays every year, and Amy is in most of them. Some plays are exciting, and some plays are famous. This week, a lot of people are coming to see it, Amy thinks. I must act well. Jason is 17 years old. He is a student at Wales College and he likes writing. One day he wants to write plays for the theater and for television. One day I want to be famous, he thinks. Wales has a newspaper. The Wales Weekly News is its name, and Jason's Aunt Laura is the editor. One morning, she phones Jason. "Do you want to write a review of Ryan and Rachel for the newspaper, Jason?" she asks him. "The Wales players are doing the play tonight at the little theater." "Yes, please, Aunt Laura," Jason says. "Thanks for asking me." That evening, he goes to Wales's little theater to see the play. Jason goes into the theater and sits at the front. He gets out his notebook and pen, ready to write notes for his review. There are a lot of people in the audience. 5 minutes later, the play begins. Amy acts the part of Rachel's mother. She knows all her words and speaks them well. Jason is watching her. She's very pretty and she's doing her best, he thinks. But it's not easy to act the part of an older woman. She's only 16 or 17 years old, and we all know it. He begins to write in his notebook. 2 hours later, the play ends. And the audience leaves the theater. Jason goes home and writes his review for the newspaper. He doesn't feel very happy. It was a good play, but what can I say about the girl acting the part of Rachel's mother? He thinks. Amy is angry. She looks at the name under the review, Jason Peter. Who is this Jason Peter? She thinks. What does he know about acting? On Tuesday evening the next week, Amy and her friend Gloria are drinking coffee in the Wales Cafe. Gloria is a student at Wales College and sometimes in the evenings she and Amy meet at the cafe. Suddenly, Amy sees a boy sitting at a table across the room. Who's that boy? She asks Gloria. Gloria laughs. Do you like him? He has a nice face, she says. His name's Jason. I often see him at the college. Jason? Amy says. Jason who? Jason Peter, Gloria says. That's Jason Peter? Amy says. She is furious. Yes, why? Gloria asks. He writes reviews for the Wales Weekly News, Amy says. That's right, Gloria says. His aunt is the editor. Oh. She stops suddenly and looks at Amy. The review of Ryan and Rachel write. Amy says. Do you remember it? Amy Brandon acts the part of Rachel's mother. She has a pretty face and she speaks her words well. But she is a young girl in an older furious fairy woman's costume, and we all know it. Nice face or no nice face, I hate him. Gloria laughs. Okay, go and tell him, she says. Go and say, I hate you, Jason Peter. You write stupid reviews for the newspaper. Go on. But Amy isn't laughing. Yes, all right. She says furiously, and she begins to get up from her chair. Then she stops, suddenly. What's wrong? Gloria asks. Are you afraid? No, Amy says. I have a better idea. Does he come into this cafe often? Every Monday day and Friday evening, I think, Gloria says. He has a writing class at the college, and he comes here after it finishes. Amy thinks for a minute or two. That's very interesting, she says at last. Is it? Gloria says. She looks across at Jason Peter, then at Amy. Why is it interesting? What are you thinking of doing? Tell me, am I a good actress? Amy asks. Yes, you are, Gloria says. But, okay, Amy says. I'm a good actress and I want to prove it to Mr. Jason Niceface Peter. How do you want to do that? Gloria asks. Amy smiles and begins to tell Gloria about her idea. On Thursday, Jason comes to the Wales Cafe after his writing class. He asks for a cup of coffee, then starts to read one of his books. Some minutes later, a woman comes into the cafe. She is carrying a magazine under her arm. At first, Jason does not see the woman. Then she comes across to his table. Hello, she says. Are you Jason Peter? Jason is surprised. Yes, he says. That's me. The woman smiles. Can I sit at this table? She asks. Yes, of course, Jason says. My name is Frank, the woman says. I'm the editor of Yes magazine. Do you know it? She sits down and puts the magazine on the table in front of Jason. Yes, I know it, Jason says. It's a magazine about famous people. That's right, Frank says. Do you want to write something for it? Can you do an interview for me? An interview? Jason says, surprised. Why are you asking me? You sometimes write theater reviews for the Wales Weekly newspaper, she says. Is that right? Yes, I do, he says. I want to write plays one day, and, well, do this interview for my magazine then, she says. It's with a famous playwright. He lives in Wales. Roger is the only famous playwright in Wales, Jason says. He lives quietly and doesn't go out very often. And he's famous for not talking to reporters from gossip magazines. He throws them out of his house. Frank laughs. Are you afraid? She says. Good reporters aren't afraid to do difficult interviews. You want to write plays, don't you? Well, perhaps he can tell you something about playwriting. Jason thinks, she's right. Perhaps I can learn something from Roger. Okay. He says. When can I do it? Tomorrow morning, Frank says. You must tell Roger, this interview is for Yes magazine. But tell him after you get into the house. Okay? Okay, Jason says. Later that evening, Amy is speaking to Gloria on the phone, so I say to him, I'm the editor of Yes magazine and can you interview Roger? Amy tells Gloria. Roger. Gloria says. But he throws gossip magazine reporters out of his house. I know. Amy says, laughing. And I want to stand outside his house and watch Roger throw Jason Peter out. The next morning, Jason goes to Roger's house. It is a big house, and there are lots of bushes and tall trees in front of it. I don't like Yes magazine very much, but this is an important interview, Jason thinks. And perhaps I can talk to about my play. Jason is writing a play for television. He walks up to the front door of the house. He is carrying his notebook and he has a list of questions to ask the playwright. But he is a little afraid of the famous man.
Amy follows Jason to Roger's house. She is careful and she follows Jason very quietly. Amy is acting the part of Frank again. She has a black wig over her hair and she is wearing glasses. She hides behind one of the bushes in front of Roger's house and watches Jason go to the front door. It is a big, dark house. This is funny, she thinks, smiling. When opens the door of his house, Jason begins to talk quickly. "Hello, Mr. Roger," he says. "I'm Jason Peter. I'm a student at Wales College and I want to write plays. Do you?" Roger says. "And I write reviews in the Wales Weekly News," Jason tells him. "What do you want from me?" Roger asks. "Can I ask you some questions?" Jason says. "Why?" Roger asks. "Is it for the Wales Weekly News?" That's a difficult question. What do I do now? Jason thinks. Do I tell him a lie, or do I tell him the truth? Then, after a second or two, he says it's for Yes Magazine. Listen, I know it's a stupid magazine. But Amy is watching Jason and Roger from behind a bush. She can see them but she cannot hear them speaking. She sees Roger open the door, and she sees Jason follow him into the house. Amy smiles. Right. He's in the house, she thinks. Now let's wait for Roger to throw him out. Roger takes Jason to his study. There are hundreds of books in the room and a big desk. Todd goes and sits behind the desk. "Thank you for telling me the truth," he says to Jason. "I can see you're an honest young man. You can ask your questions. But not for Yes Magazine. You're right. It is a stupid magazine. I hate gossip magazines. Why do people write for them?" "Because they pay a lot of money, I believe," Jason says. Roger laughs. "Yes, you're right again," he says. "But you can write about me for the Wales Weekly News. Is that okay?" "Yes, that's okay," Jason says, and he smiles at Roger happily. "I like to help young writers with ideas when I can," Todd says kindly. "Sit down." Jason sits down, puts his notebook on Todd's desk and opens it. "I read your reviews in the newspaper sometimes," Todd says. "They're very good." "Well, I think they're okay," Jason says. "But I want to write for the theater, for TV, and for movies. I'm writing a play now." "Are you? Tell me about it," Todd says. "Can I?" Jason asks. "Well, it's about a boy and a girl." "A boy and a girl?" "That's right. They." Roger sits back in his chair to listen and Jason tells him the plot of his play. Jason is very nervous, but Roger does not speak. He smiles at Jason and he listens to him very carefully. When at last Jason stops speaking, Todd says, "Thank you. That's very interesting. It's a good story, and it's funny too. But there are one or two things you can do to make it better. To begin with, Amy stays behind the bush and waits. An hour goes by and nothing happens. She is getting impatient. What are they doing in there? She thinks. Roger never gives interviews to gossip magazines, so what are they talking about? She remembers Jason Peters' review of Ryan and Rachel in the newspaper. She remembers his words about her acting, and she wants to see his face when Roger throws him out of the house. How long must I wait? She thinks impatiently. After an hour and a half, Jason Peter leaves Roger's study and comes out of the house. He and the playwright are smiling and Jason is saying thank you. They talk for 2 or 3 minutes and Amy watches them from behind the bush. She is amazed. What's happening? She thinks. Why are they so friendly? After a minute or two more, they shake hands. Then Roger goes back into the house and Jason Peter walks away. Jason sees Frank waiting for him. "Oh, hello," he says nervously. He is surprised to see her so soon. "Are you waiting for me?" "Yes," she says impatiently. "I'm waiting for your interview." "Look, I can't lie to you," he replies. "There's no interview for Yes Magazine. Mr. Roger always refuses to talk to reporters from gossip magazines." "But what?" Frank begins. "What can two people talk about for an hour and a half?" Jason says, laughing. "About writing, about characters and about plot. Nothing for Yes Magazine, I'm afraid. Oh, I have my list of questions and Mr. Rogers' answers, but my interview is for the Wales Weekly News.
And I know a lot more about writing plays now. He's very interested in my play. Your play? Frank says furiously. Yes. I'm writing a play for TV, Jason says. And Mr. Roger wants to read it. He can help me with the characters and the plot. Well, that's nice, she says. Say hello to Jason Peter, the famous playwright. He writes stupid reviews for the Wales Weekly News, but his plays are okay. That's right, Amy says. I'm a 17-year-old girl in an older woman's costume, Mr. Jason Peter, review writer for the Wales Weekly News. Jason's face is very red now. He feels embarrassed. What a trick. So there is no Frank, editor of Yes Magazine, he says. No, there isn't, Amy says, laughing. What do you think now? Does this prove something? Am I a good actress? Yes, you are a good actress, Jason says, laughing with her. And I'm going to put that in the Wales Weekly News. Are you? Amy says. Yes, and thanks for making me go and see Roger, Jason tells her. He doesn't feel embarrassed anymore. Now I can get help with my play, he says. Come on, let's get a cup of coffee. And I'm paying. Well, I can't refuse a free coffee. Amy says, and she laughs.
One night when a shopkeeper was just about to close his shop, a dog came to his shop. The dog was holding a bag in his mouth. When the shopkeeper opened the bag, he saw a list of items and money in the bag. The shopkeeper took the money and placed all the items in the bag written on the list. Immediately the dog picked up the bag and left. The shopkeeper decided to follow the dog to meet the dog's owner. That dog waited at the bus stop. Soon the bus came and the dog got onto the bus. After that, when the conductor came, the dog moved forward to show his neck belt. The conductor saw it had money and address in the neck belt. The conductor took the money and kept the ticket in his neck belt. When the bus reached the destination, the dog started to wag his tail to indicate that he wanted to get down. The bus stopped and the dog got down. The shopkeeper was still following that dog. The shopkeeper saw that after walking some distance, dog reached a house and knocked on the door of that house. A person came out who was the owner of the dog. When the dog owner saw the dog, he started to beat it with a stick very badly. The shocked shopkeeper who was following dog, went to dog owner and asked him, "Why are you beating the dog?" Owner replied, "He disturbed my sleep. Instead it could have taken keys with him." Moral. There are no end to expectations of people. Moral, there are no end to expectations of people.
A tourist wrote a story about a monk who approached him while he was running toward the metro station. Thinking that the book costed more than the cash he gave the monk, he asked the monk to keep the book. The monk accepted the cash, but offered him to really take the book. He couldn't refuse. I recall thinking about how prosperous and affluent he was, even though his circumstances suggested he had very little. A sense of security is what the monk had. He didn't fear rejection from people who probably would refuse to donate. The old refusal of accepting the book didn't cause any ripple effect in the monk's energy. The monk could ask the old to accept it with the same love he had when he first saw the traveler. Old Zen, two monks were washing their bowls in the river when they noticed a scorpion that was drowning. One monk immediately scooped it up and set it upon the bank. In the process, he was stung. He went back to washing his bowl, and again the scorpion fell, and the monk saved the scorpion
and was again stung. The other monk asked him, "Friend, why do you continue to save the scorpion when you know its nature is to sting?" "Because," the monk replied, "to save it is my nature." Quoted from someone's response to the story above, it is wise to follow the promptings of your own nature in response to life, rather than to alter that response based upon the actions of others. We are not here to be reinvented at the whim of someone else's mood. In fact, your response is more important than the event itself. Relating it to the traveler's story above, the monk knew human nature. Anything could be done by the traveler to him, but he was open to accept all possibilities. It's more important that he kept his service of distributing books to travelers. Time's up. I had a similar experience with a monk when I stayed 20 hours in a temple. We were having a free time. Then time was up and he had to go for dinner before the evening prayer. He reminded us of dinner time, got up, and left briskly, nonchalantly ignoring our questions. He was joyful, although exercising discipline. He had that prosperity in his energy, that he had a lot of things to give, to serve us, throughout our stay. It affected us. We didn't feel like questioning his act. He didn't have fear in his conduct. What he did wasn't dependent on how our reactions could be. He was open to all possibilities of our reactions. It affected us. We simply followed through. Another Buddhist monk and train station story. In a train station in Korea, I saw two men fighting in public. A monk approached calmly, put his hand between the two men, and the two men stopped fighting. Just like that. It's not easy to mix joy and discipline. It's not easy to feel prosperous when you have nothing. It's not easy to stay true to our nature of serving the world. It's not easy to stop guessing how others would react to our action. There were a few circumstances in my life where I could fully forget fear and used love instead. Using a mindset that I'm simply doing a service. Focusing that I do what I do instead of fearing of other people's reactions. It led me to a synchronicity of events. We need to go within, find our inner magnificence, and let it shine outwards. When we do, we can be serious and joyful at the same time. And we can stay to our nature, our service to the world. When faced with love and fear, choose love.
Once upon a time, a shepherd boy sat under a tree leaving his sheep to graze. Sitting idly with nothing to do can be boring, and playfully yelling, "Wolf! The wolf is coming! The wolf is coming to kill and eat my sheep," cried the boy. People who were playing in the neighboring fields heard the boy's cry and rushed towards the boy's place. Everyone came near the boy and saw that he was resting without worry. And he started laughing incessantly at the people who visited there. The visitors reprimanded the boy not to lie like this and went about their business. After a while the boy again said, "Wolf! The wolf is coming," he shouted. This time the people who heard the noise and ran, saw his sneer and got angry. "Don't lie like this. To be honest, when something like this happens, no one will come forward to help you." They advised that and left. The boy again after a while said for the third time, "The wolf is coming." "Wolf," he shouted. Thinking that he is lying again, none of the villagers come forward to save him. But this time the wolf really came and ravaged the sheep he was tending and left. Because of this, the boy sat down on the mountain crying. As the boy did not return home late in the evening, his parents went to the hills in search of the boy with the help of the villagers. When the boy who was crying was asked about the details, he said, "Indeed the wolf came, then I called you and no one came to help. The wolf chased the sheep away, and the sheep scattered and went in all directions. Why didn't anyone come to help me when I called?" he asked. Then an old man from the village said, "People don't believe liars. No one will take the words of liars as truth, even if they speak the truth," said that. Then he told them all to go home, saying that they can all go home and look for sheep in the morning. All the people, including the boy, started moving towards the house. Justice: liars can break trust. Even if liars tell the truth, no one will believe them.
Once upon a time, a shepherd boy sat under a tree leaving his sheep to graze. Sitting idly with nothing to do can be boring, and playfully yelling, "Wolf! The wolf is coming! The wolf is coming to kill and eat my sheep," cried the boy. People who were playing in the neighboring fields heard the boy's cry and rushed towards the boy's place. Everyone came near the boy and saw that he was resting without worry. And he started laughing incessantly at the people who visited there. The visitors reprimanded the boy not to lie like this and went about their business. After a while the boy again said, "Wolf! The wolf is coming," he shouted. This time the people who heard the noise and ran, saw his sneer and got angry. "Don't lie like this. To be honest, when something like this happens, no one will come forward to help you." They advised that and left. The boy again after a while said for the third time, "The wolf is coming. Wolf!" he shouted. Thinking that he is lying again, none of the villagers come forward to save him. But this time the wolf really came and ravaged the sheep he was tending and left. Because of this, the boy sat down on the mountain crying. As the boy did not return home late in the evening, his parents went to the hills in search of the boy with the help of the villagers. When the boy who was crying was asked about the details, he said, "Indeed the wolf came, then I called you and no one came to help. The wolf chased the sheep away, and the sheep scattered and went in all directions. Why didn't anyone come to help me when I called?" he asked. Then an old man from the village said, "People don't believe liars. No one will take the words of liars as truth, even if they speak the truth," said that. Then he told them all to go home, saying that they can all go home and look for sheep in the morning. All the people, including the boy, started moving towards the house. Justice: lies can break trust. Even if liars tell the truth, no one will believe them.
Become a performer. Be an actor and a singer. Act like you already feel like you want to feel. Don't wait until the feeling motivates you. It could be a long wait. American philosopher William James put it very clearly, "We do not sing because we are happy because we sing." Most of us believe an emotion, such as happiness, comes first. Then we do whatever we do, in reaction to that particular emotion. Not so, insisted James. The emotion arises simultaneously with the doing of the act. So if you want to be enthusiastic, you can get there by acting as if you were already enthusiastic. Sometimes it takes a minute. Sometimes it skips a beat. But it always works if you stay with it, no matter how ridiculous you feel doing it. Feel ridiculous. If you want to be happy, find the happiest song you know and sing it. It works. Not always in the first few moments, but if you keep at it, it works. Just fake it until you make it. Soon you're happy. Singing will show you how much control you do have over your own emotions. Zen monks do a laughing meditation in which they all gather in a circle and get ready to laugh. At the stroke of a certain hour, the teacher hits a gong, and all the monks begin to laugh. They have to laugh, whether or not they feel like it. But after a few moments, the laughter becomes contagious. Soon all the monks are laughing genuinely and heartily. Children do this, too. They start giggling for no reason, often at the dinner table or some other forbidden setting, and the giggling itself makes them laugh. The truth is this: laughter itself can make you laugh. The secret of happiness is hidden inside that last sentence. But adults aren't always comfortable with this. Adults want kids to have reasons for laughing. As I used to drive my children long distances to visit relatives, I'd get most irritated when they began laughing and giggling in the back seat without reason. I developed a backstroke swing to curb the laughter. "Why are you laughing?" I would shout. "You have no reason to be laughing. This is a dangerous highway and I'm trying to drive here." But adults, like me, might want to get back that appreciation for joyful spontaneity. We might want to confront the question, what is the one thing that most makes me feel like singing? And then know the answer: singing. What most gets you in the mood to dance? Dancing. The next time you ask someone to dance, and they say, "I don't feel like dancing," you might reply, "That's because you're not dancing." I discovered something remarkable quite by accident one night as I was conducting a workshop on goal achievement. I discovered the power of negative thinking. As the people in the workshop struggled to list their goals on a piece of paper, I ran out of patience. "How will you get what you want if you don't know what it is?" I asked the room, half of which still had empty sheets of paper and empty facial expressions. "Okay," I said, "let's put these goals away. I want to try something different. Take out a new sheet of paper and do this. Write down what you don't want in your life. List every major problem and source of discomfort you have, all your worries, all the negative things you can think of, even if they haven't come into reality yet, even if they are just things you don't want to happen in the future. Take your time and be thorough." What I saw happen next startled me. The entire room's energy level picked up, and everyone in the workshop was writing and writing and writing. It wasn't long before some people asked if they could use a second page. Something strange and electric was filling the air as people aired their fears and grievances. Pages were flooded with ink, and hands and fingers had to be shaken out so people wouldn't cramp up from writing so much. When I called an end to the exercise, the room was buzzing. I had obviously let something loose that wasn't there before. At that moment, I got my first true look at the power of the negative. Actually, I had seen it before. When I took the time to look back over my life, I realized that saying no was always a stronger stand to take than saying yes. Saying no is drawing a line in the sand. It is taking a stand. It is putting your foot down. It is passionate. It is powerful. Compared to saying no, saying yes is wobbly and wishy-washy. I said yes to 1,000 drinks of alcohol in my life. But it wasn't until one hungover, suicidal morning when I said no that my life got completely turned around. When the caveman drew the line in the dirt outside his cave and said no to the saber-toothed tiger, his family was finally safe. Saying no is powerful because it comes from the deepest part of the soul. There are some things we just won't tolerate. Once we fully understand the power of those no's deep inside of us, we can use them to motivate ourselves like never before. In the workshop I was telling you about, once the people filled their papers up with what they didn't want, we got busy converting problems into goals. You don't want to go bankrupt? Then let's get a prosperity plan going. You don't want to weigh as much as your two best friends combined? Then let's get a nutrition and exercise program going. Any no can be converted to a powerful yes. So if you're stuck without any truly motivating goals, dreams or commitments, then go negative first. Figure out what you absolutely don't want, what you absolutely fear and dread and refuse to let into your life, then convert it to its opposite, positive form and see what happens. You'll be more motivated than you ever dreamed you could be. I have used this in one-on-one meetings with people who wouldn't open up and tell me what they wanted. I simply asked them to tell me what they didn't want to have happen and we were off to the races. Once you know what that is, you can convert the conversation to exciting plans and objectives. This explains why so many successful people had difficult upbringings, sometimes living in the harshest poverty. They connected very early to what they didn't want. The rest was clear sailing. The next time you lack passion when thinking of what you want, try turning it around. Ask yourself what you absolutely don't want, and then feel the energy building in you to overcome that problem. That energy you're feeling is the deepest and most primal form of motivation.